Is it spice after? Wait, what's ground? So confused on the last one.
Have you never heard of the battery, car battery? Iron and round? Well,
I
however
see.
it goes. Yeah, now you got it.
He's gonna be playing Tony Hawk's Under Pro Skater Skate 3.
Don't they have to re-release 3 and 4 first before they get to 5?
Listen, don't hit them with the logistics. They'll never know what's coming. I dislike that you did this. Now we all have to suffer. Now we have to suffer twice as much. But I'm gonna go get my food. I'm gonna come back, and this food on the screen better be gone. I better see a streamer.
You went to bed, probably. Lost me his horseradish. That's a good one. Later.
では、前に出ます。
Hello, chat. You guys approve? Is this good enough? I'm hungry now. I'm hungry. Yes. Same. But like I said, I made the fajitas the other day, and I was like, "Oh, it's time to eat. Let me sit down." And I was like, "We were watching this earlier, and I used it as a mechanism to get myself to eat lunch, and then I used it as a mechanism to get myself to eat dinner as well, and it worked." But I had to show you guys the bread bowl that they made back there. I was like, "Dude, that looked so good." I didn't expect that was the route they were going with it. Like, 0 out of 10, not enough bacon. I'm hungry now. I totally understand. Okay, let's get this party started. This is Men with the Pot, by the way, in case anyone is curious and would like it. This is the ultimate stews and soups you need to try. And this is like, God, we're like 28 minutes into the video. There's plenty. And dude's working out with his pumpkin dumbbell or barbell, I guess. Okay, let me get started here. Boot things up. Switch gears. And hello, everybody. If it, there we go. I could not find it. How is everybody doing today? Let me get you guys today's artwork. I got me a pizza. Nice. Well, I hope I've convinced chat to consume sustenance. Here is today's artwork. I thought we were getting a CAD IRL camping stream. God, I wish, right? Like, no, sadly not a thing. Just switching stuff over here. Okay. But how's everybody doing? We've made it to Tuesday. I saw we got a Vritra skin. And for those of you guys that were unaware, we also have the Saber Altar strengthening now. I have not done it yet, so we can do that today if you guys want. Campfire cooking with CAD sounds good. I like chat. I was just talking about this with VIP, but it's like I am so lean about how I eat that, like, if I'm eating out, if I'm eating like pre-made meals and stuff and things from restaurants and everything, it's like I don't eat healthy. But if I cook for myself, I'm way healthier, and I always have been that way. And like, it was interesting because I was just talking to VIP about it. It's like the fact that, you know, like, oh, I made those fajitas, and it was basically just like steak fajitas with like some pepper, some onions, some cheese, and some salsa, and that's it. And that's good, and that's really good to me, and I will just consume that. I won't even have sides with it. That's just like, that is the whole meal I will have. I'll have like 3 of them. They're not even that big, and that's enough. It's protein, it's veggies, it's a little bit of dairy, and like, it's just so savory and good to me, right? She's slapping now. Yeah, we can definitely go check her out here. Let me switch gears. I'm also not sure if I need to do my 3 runs here on the alt account before we turn over. I think I got credit for it because I think we were doing it. Yeah, I should have had it because of all the story nodes we did yesterday. But let me just double check just to be sure. Let's go do Saber Altars here. This song. Oh, there's writers in here, but what if we just continued to use ASK? Why? Because I can. I'll turn off the teapots because I don't think this is probably that good in terms of bond. Eating bad one time when you go to a restaurant is the blip on the scale of your general nutrition, unless you eat there like twice a week. Oh yeah, no, and I think the point I'm making is that like if I cook for myself more, I'll be healthier. If I rely more on like restaurant delivered meals and stuff, not only will I overeat, I will get way too much in terms of like carbs and starches, and I've never understood at that point kind of why. The only thing I can think of is that they need to fill out the meal with bloaty carbs and not like, how should I put it? Not things like proteins and stuff, because the proteins are more expensive. They don't want to rely on that. I was only able to get 1 copy of Salter. Understandable. I'm just going to pop a blue apple on the alt account over here. And that should keep its AP ticking. We'll get rid of that for right now. Did I just turn 1 brick? Oh. Impressive me. Good job. Okay. Yeah, this is no bueno. Especially because the basilisk can poison. He's technically the greater threat due to that, but the gray wolves are I'm not effective against them, so I probably need to try to actually kill them. Oh, good crit. No, you should totally hit her. Damn it. Gonna do it like that because I imagine, yep, that wasn't gonna kill. Oh, perfect. That should bring Koyan back in. And I'll abuse that for some free charge. See, chat, every run's a challenge run. Who is clapping? What? I'm confused. You talking about the song? Yeah. Personally, I would tell you to focus on the lotto, but that probably depends on your account, Lucario. That's not like advice anyone can just straight up say, though I'm sure someone would try to just like tell you. We're gonna brick the Koyan, since this is 3 out of 3. And we're just gonna try to get as much amplification and damage as we can here, since she still has all the buffs. And it works. See, chat? Calm, cool, easy 7 turn. I've been really bad. That's not even the first time I've messed up the Ace run, because I just don't pay attention. And I either just take a second Koyanskaya, or I straight up, just like you saw there, didn't pay attention to what was like going on the screen at that time. All right, this time it's for real. Yeah, chat can help out if there's a song you want to hear. But ultimately, not a big deal. But how's chat doing? What they do this time, it's what they didn't. This is the sort of thing that could traumatize a servant against bugs. Yeah. Did I get anything from the Steam sale? I bought Peak. Obviously, I bought Dune, but I think that was irregardless of the Steam sale because it's not on sale. I don't think I bought anything else. Yeah, I think the other one that I was looking at getting was Zodiac Age. And Zodiac Age, which again is a 7-year-old remake of a like 19-year-old game, is still $20, which is like the most cope bullshit I've ever heard of. So for me, I was like, yeah, no, not gonna do that. By the way, chat, if you want to see my wish list, here it is. I still don't know why Sakura Dungeon's on here. Obviously, I'm not going to go through it because, quote unquote, it has sexual content. But somehow it's in here. I added it like years ago. Yeah, you can see like 2016, right? You definitely don't. No, like, I actually don't remember why I added it. I'm dead serious. Like, I actually don't remember why. Okay. Final Fantasy IX's on here. It's only like $6, but again, this is potentially getting remade from what we hear. I can actually remove this because I have the 6 pixel remaster. Hyperlight Drifter's just not on sale, which is wild because again, not on sale, but a basically going on 10 years old game. Kami's there. Oh, I actually think someone gifted me Okami. I think I have it. It's like, I don't know. Maybe if it gets gifted to you, it doesn't get removed from your playlist, but that's, or your wish list, but that's still weird. Like I said, Zodiac Age. Assassin's Creed Odyssey is in here because, chat, I still, like, I have played the bookends of the series, but I've never played Odyssey. So I played the first and I played the last, so basically Origins and Valhalla. I never played Odyssey, but I've told myself, and I refuse to buy this game for more than $5. And the reason why is because this game has the stupidest opening and premise to any Assassin's Creed that I've ever seen. You have a Greek Spartan, and the trailer literally includes a scene of him just breaking Leonidas' spear over his knee and turning that stupid thing, the stupid blade, into a dagger. And I went and I said, that's just dumb. And I think it was one of my buddies, a Spartan who plays the Assassin's Creed franchise, was telling me, he's like, oh yeah, they basically, like, they reforge it, I think. And I was like, dude, that's so like, no. Plus, I've heard that one in particular has quite a few issues with it compared to some of the other ones in the series. So I've basically said, yeah, it's so old. There's no reason. So if I'm gonna pay more than $5, it's not worth it. Desperados 3, which is it's one of those real-time tactics type of games. It's like top-down isometric, and you have to like navigate and like stealthily maneuver and stuff. Legend of Heroes Trails of Cold Steel. That's been on here since like it came out. I want to say, yeah, since even before it came out. I've just never pulled the trigger on it because I think the only Legend of Heroes game I've played is like the very first one. Foundation is another one of those like medieval sim builder games. I'm just a sucker for those types of games. Everspace, I've seen people play it. It looks cool, but I'm not sure how fun the actual gameplay loop on it is. Compound Fracture, I don't know what this is. Oh, this is the game that's coming out. It's like Turok mixed with like Resident Evil or something. I think this is like a single dev that's making it. Pale Inspire. I think this is a D&D like DM tool slash like you know like play app where like you can play through the game. Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, even though I haven't played the original Ace Attorney Chronicles all the way through, so it is what it is. Greek Memories of Azure. I mean, this is like a Metroidvania, if I remember correctly. It's very positively reviewed. It's only $5, but I don't know. I think like the style of this one is weird to me. Let's see, Wayward Realms. I think this is another announced one. It looks good, but it's a wait and see type of thing. So you can see RPG, open world, fantasy, first person, atmospheric. Sherwood Builders, I got like invited to the beta for this game, so I think I added it to my wish list instead of just following it. But it's got mixed reviews now, so I think I can just conclusively remove that. Renown, I think, is yet another like chivalry type of game that's projected to come out later this year. Anthology goes on sale for all Ace Attorney games. Yeah, it's probably not a bad idea. Arc 2 is on here. I did play the original Arc when it first came out, but I have almost no hope that this game's actually good. The Spider-Man series, because it did come to Steam, but again, it had some issues, and now it's somehow overwhelmingly positive. Okay. This is another one where it's like, when it gets cheap enough, I'll probably pull the trigger. Songs of Conquest. I've heard good things about this. I think Seth reviewed it on his channel, and it looked good, but I don't know. I don't have the time for it. Factorio, but Factorio literally never goes on sale. So this is like the Unstoppable Force meets the Immovable Object type scenario, where I just like, I'm not going to buy it until there's a sale, and Factorio goes, oh, well, we're never going to give it a sale, and so here we are. Here we are. It's just a thing at this point. Blight Survival, this was the really cool, like, third person, like, it seemed like a blend of, like, Dark Souls and Resident Evil in medieval times, which looked really nice. Land of the Vikings, I don't even know what this was. It's mostly positive, released several years ago. This looks like another city builder type game, so. The Oregon Trail remake. But I'm sorry, it's like, bro, I don't really feel like paying $15 for that. Blue Protocol. Blue Protocol, which will never release properly over here at this point, and if it does, it's going to be a Chinese, like snatch and grab, like super monetized game at this point. Crisis Core, it's 60% off, but even in this case, I'm not entirely sure, right? Settlement Survival. You can see, like, I just don't buy these, like I have several of these Colony city builder games, but the reason they're all still on my wish list is because after so much time, I just have, like, basically determined that so many of these games just don't have a proper end game. that they are like, they're always a good husk of a game, like a good like baseline, and they never fill it out. They never actually embellish it. They just release the game, get the money they can, and nobody ever develops their city builder beyond that. And when they do, they develop it inherently in a way that like nobody in the community wanted them to do, and everyone hates it. Party Animals was here. It's just a fun like group game, I think. Samurai Remnant, yeah. So this is proof that even if you have a game, it still doesn't necessarily disappear from your wish list, because I mean, chat knows I have this one. But I may as well keep it because I can at least see the sale for this for anybody that wants to know for Fate purposes. So 50% off right now. Atelier Ryza 3. I was not the biggest fan of the gameplay of the Atelier series. I thought I would like it way more than I did, but the crafting is super convoluted. And honest to God, it's not that I couldn't understand it. It just felt clunky and like poorly implemented to me. Yet I know people that like love the crafting in that game. So to me, it's like it may just be an interface and like UI problem with it. This is the System Shock remake. I know people are really like A-okay with this, but this is an old game. Old games, even if they're remade, I'm still not going to pay a whole ton for it. So it just is what it is. Witch on the Holy Night still on here. If you guys want it, it is 35% off. You guys can certainly snatch it, but until I have time to play Witch on the Holy Night, there's basically no reason to buy it because it will probably just keep going down in value. Not that that's like me knocking Witch on the Holy Night, just in the sense that like it's probably a good idea for me to just wait as long as possible to pick that up, because until I'm actually ready to play it, I will just basically have my money go further in that regard. Rogue Trader here is, I've heard good things about it. It's made by the same people that make the Kingmaker series. Was it Owl Cat Games or whatever? I don't remember. But yeah, I mean, I've heard people say good things about it, but it's just yet another one of those like long running games that I'm not sure I had the time for. Kingmakers, this is coming out later this year. This is the game where like I for some odd reason, I'm sitting here thinking like, oh, I'm in my browser and I'm not. So Kingmakers is the game where like you get isekai'd back to the past, and like it's got like full scale battles like this, and you can, I guess, do some stuff to like build and defend or siege. But before you think you know what this type of game is, wait, because you haven't seen anything yet. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right, chat. You thought you knew what type of game this was, and then this happened. And then everyone goes like, wait a minute, what? This is the equivalent of like Gate, if you guys have ever seen that anime series, where it's like the JDSF gets entirely isekai'd into like some fantasy setting. Yeah, this is like, imagine Call of Duty, but you're the only actual modern soldier in medieval times. I remember seeing a trailer mention this. Yeah. This actually comes out pretty close to my birthday, so I can't wait for this. This is gonna be fun. I hope it's good. Like, carry this, you filthy casual.
He gave our people
Army of Darkness, the game? Pretty much. There was an old FPS that did it too. What the heck? I hadn't seen that, but... So... I mean, to me, it looks fantastic. I can't wait for it, but I'm sure some people are like, it looks dumb and bad. The Battlefront Classic Collections, this is the original Star Wars Battlefront games, but they done fucked it up. I don't know if anybody has ever changed like their review of this. It looks like it's mostly negative due to the past, but recently it's better. And yeah. And these are all recently posted, so can still be purchased and cost less combined. Yeah, so I think at this point, this is a leave this off my list. Meanwhile, the Dark Forces remaster is very positive and at least cheaper, but this exact same deal, it's like you could go pick this game up for so cheap that there's no reason I would. This Crusader Kings 3, like DLC, it's negative, so we're just gonna remove it. Pacific Drive, I've seen good things about Pacific Drive, but I don't really know too much about it other than it's like you drive your car and you try to stay alive. And it's, yeah, I guess it's got some horror. I don't know. Bellwright is another one of those open world crafting survival games. Again, at this point, I think I'm becoming a survival addict. I think I just am. Like, there's something that's nice about, like, having to manage multiple systems at the same time, like you do in real life. But it's not like all the real life bullshit of like, hey, you gotta go like get your car washed. Hey, you gotta go pay your taxes. Hey, you gotta go like go to work in the morning. It's like, no, dude, this is like, hey, you need to eat. You need to hunt. You need to like it takes us back to our caveman days. And I think that's what I love about survival games. Stormforge, I guess this is yet another survival craft game. I don't know. It's not released yet, so I'm not going to remove it because, like, to me, removing a game before it's released is like you just writing it off and not even giving it a chance. Ale Abbey, I know Trubs played. It definitely looked good, but from watching Trubs play it, it at least seems like it's pretty pedestrian and straightforward. Blade and Sorcery, I think this is VR. I guess a good bellwether of other VR games, so I'll keep it on the list here, but the definitive edition of Stronghold. It's only $5. Okay, that might be worth. That might actually be worth. But that being said, the Stronghold series, like as someone that played like Age of Empires and stuff back in the day, I loved Age of Empires. The Stronghold series I wanted to love, but the mechanics to Stronghold were so clunky and unfair that like I found myself like ultimately getting frustrated with the game. Even as a kid. And as a kid, God, there was like nothing that frustrated me. I played through like everything and I just enjoyed every little bit of it. So the fact that even back then I found Stronghold frustrating is not a good thing. Chained Together, this was another party game. I'm not sure if it's doing much at this point. Still like $5. PAX Day. I think this is an MMO. And you can see it's mixed, and I've heard people say like, oh, like it looks really good. But to me, that's how all of these MMOs are. They look really nice, and they suck with how they're implemented. And I never understand why nobody like can't just A, listen to their community, or B, look at what other games are doing that makes them successful and like mirror that, right? So I guess we're going to remove that one. Aska, this one's another open world survival craft. It looked okay, but I'm not really sure about it. And I've unfortunately heard some stuff about it that kind of turns me off from the like base building aspect. I think your stuff gets besieged every single night. As opposed to like other games where it's like your base might get besieged every like once in a blue moon. This is like an every night sort of thing, and I've heard it just becomes like impossible to like get ahead of things. So not sure. Alcahest. I think this is one of the recently debuted games, at least for previews, right? Palia, free to play, multiplayer, life sim, cozy. I think this is basically 3D Stardew. Like, dead serious. Dragon Age the Veilguard. Chat, what price do you think I should pay for this game? They should pay you, they really should. I'll be real with you. I'd do it for another $5 foot long. Like, but like, yeah, it's $5 or less. I'm sorry. To any BioWare developer out there, like, you totally fucking missed the mark. You do not understand what your community wants. You never fucking have. I don't care if EA was the problem behind the scenes. You should have just quit your freaking jobs at that point, because several of your leadership did. They did stand on principle and they did quit. But y'all towed the line. Y'all produced the slop for them. And then y'all got butthurt that literally, like, nobody wanted to buy and play this, and you wonder why. Yeah, that's why. And for the record, chat, as long as it is mixed, good luck ever seeing it on anybody's like Steam lists and stuff. Like, yeah, it's on mine, but it's on mine because I am a longtime Dragon Age fan, and that's really bad when you can't get me, a longtime Dragon Age fan, to touch this game. That's not good. Also, that is also not a good tag to have on your RPG. Just saying. Same thing here. I have nothing against LGBTQ people, but this is like a death sentence at this point for how you're trying to get the masses to play your game. You're not. You're trying to create a game for a select group of people. You're not making a game for everybody. And instead, you're trying to act like you are. And it just gets called out every single freaking time. And they kind of deserve this. So yeah, it's like, I'm not going to play this game until it's super fucking cheap. And I will probably do the most bare bones, like, I don't give two shits playthrough of this game, just so I can know what the story was in case there ever is any other Dragon Age. But let's be honest, there probably never will be. I'm pretty sure they have killed the series. Doubly so right now that Baldur's Gate is ascendant yet again. So it's pretty hilarious that at this point, the series that made BioWare famous has returned, made by somebody else, and it is literally just the straight up better option to this game. And doubly so because, you know, when Baldur's Gate 3 came out 2 years ago now at this point, everybody pretty much pointed out, like, this is how good it is. This is how Dragon Age should be. This is what everybody wanted Dragon Age to return to, and they didn't. They doubled down. They made just slop that nobody wanted. They made a shitty, like, just vapid and hollow, like, just like kind of weird DEI pushing, like, just God of War clone. They did not make an actual RPG, and it is what it is. I can't say anything worse about it at this point. That pretty much should indicate why it's such a bad spot. Nights in Tight Spaces is actually an interesting one. Doesn't look like I'll get the preview here, but this is a like top-down isometric grid-based like tactical game. So it's turn-based strategy. I didn't realize it was a card battler, so maybe that's an issue for me, but it is what it is. Space Marine 2, I got the key for Space Marine 2, that's why. So I can remove that. Mecha Break. Ooh, Mecha Break is mixed reviews. Interesting. That's not good. I assume that's the pay to win cash shop stuff is why. I've heard this game has such great potential and it is so fucking squandered that like the game is just boring because it's just repetitive. There's no random elements to it. So once you've played through the game, even once, the game is kind of dead. Black Grimoire Cursebreaker. I actually don't remember this at all. This is another crafting open world single player game. Cat, don't even give that game a playthrough. Oh no, it's gonna sit there, and it's gonna sit there until I can get that game basically for cheap or free, right? And then I will play through the game, and I will laugh at the game, and I will mock the game because it deserves to be. Like I said, I don't really care, but to me, if you're somebody that is like LGBTQ or something like that, right? I would think the only thing you want is to be treated normal. Right? That game is everything that's wrong currently in society. It's the, oh, this person is this. Now it's time to have a lecture. Now it's time to tell you how to think and how to talk and how to say, because we can't trust that you're an intelligent human being and are able to do things on your own. Like, that's ultimately what I hate about a lot of the DEI stuff. It's like, I don't hate the people, I hate the message. I hate the design of like, oh, we're gonna tell you how to think and how to act. And I think that's just stupid. Strasser, thank you for the 23. Appreciate it, my dude. It's the microtransactions. Yeah, still play the game though. Okay, yeah. Like, I wasn't sure if it was like, oh, okay, it's like buggy, it's like crashing on people, or if it's like that. I've heard people were getting upset about that, but I wasn't sure if that was the actual cause. Star Wars Outlaws, I still maintain that Star Wars Outlaws is getting a bad rap in terms of its gameplay. Star Wars Outlaws is fine as a gameplay game. Is it like something wholly unique and amazing? No, it really isn't. But is it something that's like, it's as bad as people are saying it is? Absolutely not either. That's like, I've seen people just have some actual smooth brain takes on Star Wars Outlaws' gameplay. You don't need to bash the gameplay. It is blatantly obvious what the issue with this game is. I can probably find it in a freaking preview. The fact that I can't is hilarious and should tell you everything, chat. I would like to point out the fact that there is only one way to see the character's face. And it's right here, and it's absolutely blurry. There used to be preview images in here that showed the character's face. Why don't any of them? Oh, well, it's an action shot, Cad. That's what. Wouldn't you have a shot from like a cutscene showing the character and what they actually look like? That is 99% of the issue here. The reason people don't like Star Wars Outlaws is twofold. One, it released on whatchamacallit? Uplay, sorry. It released on Uplay only. That's already just a problem. Okay? Like, when you make something exclusive to your shit platform that nobody wants to go on, that's an issue. Number two, the main character, they made ugly. And like, it's really bad when I had to tell people, it's like, yeah, you know what? I eventually got over it. I didn't, by the end of the game, I didn't think the main character was ugly. The fact that I had to adjust, that's not a good sign. And like, in the same way that, like, I don't mean this to say it in like any bad way towards anybody in chat, right? But in the same way that, like, you might meet somebody and you might find them to be like ugly to you, right? But if you have to spend time with them, you eventually get over it, right? Like, you're just like, okay, it is what it is. That's just how they look. There's no problem with it. Like, but yeah, it's like, that is such a wild criticism for a game. I agree. The fact that we have to sit here and say, hey, the main character doesn't look good, but eventually you get used to it, is not good. That is not a good reason. So again, this is why it's actually getting reviewed positively. If people are like surprised by that, it's because the gameplay really isn't the issue in Outlaws. So many people keep trying to slander it for that. The gameplay is actually fun. I actually enjoyed my time playing this game. What I didn't enjoy was being locked to Uplay, so I still don't own this game. And as a result, I'm not going to pay $34 for this game. I'm not going to pay until this game is yet again $5. Why? Because I've already played through the entire game and beaten it. Why the fuck would I pay this amount of money for it? And the entire way I did it is I already paid them $15 for the like 1 month subscription, because I was like, well, I can either own it on Uplay permanently for like $90. Yes, it was 90 because I had to pay for the stupid early access, or I could just pay 1 month, $15 subscription, beat the pants off of it in less than a month, and then not have to worry about that. So I was like, Well, I'll just wait and I'll pick it up later for $5, and then I'll have only paid them a total of like $20. And that's what they get. That's exactly what happened. So they could have made like $70 off of me if they had just brought it to Steam. Now, and even if Steam takes their 30% cut, chat. See, what's 30% of 70? 21? So they could have still made $49. Now they only make 20. And they're still going to lose a cut off that. So that 20 is me rounding up. So, like, I think they could easily have done it better. Assassin's Creed Mirage, someone in chat was saying it's good and worth. Yeah, like this was one that came out. Nobody fucking remembers it already. It is the most, like, forgotten game that got released in 2024, I feel like. And I don't think it's bad. I think it's just, it's exactly that. Everyone was expecting yet another bad Assassin's Creed game, and it wasn't. So there was no drama. Whereas, like, everything else Ubisoft was putting out at the time had drama. Like, it literally got forgotten about in the discussion of Star Wars Outlaws. So this is yet another one of those deals where it's like, yeah, I might pick this up at some point, but unfortunately, the Assassin's Creed franchise is exactly what it is. It, to me, is a single playthrough game that doesn't really have much depth or customization or ability to do things different on a second playthrough. So as a result, I do like playing the games, but I never pay full price for the games if I can help it. Split Fiction. I've heard great things about this one, just like the others. I think some people are worried this is DEI, but for everything I've heard, it's not. Again, to me, DEI chat is not, oh, you have a female protagonist. None of that is DEI, right? Like, DEI is when, like you can have a gay protagonist, you can have, some sort of minority or something like that. None of that is DEI, chat. DEI is when they're like preaching from on high and like trying to ram things down your throat. Okay, if a character is implemented well, I don't care. I don't care like how they're portrayed in that regard or who they are. As long as it's a good story, as long as the characters are interesting, that's really all I care about. So when people try to go way higher and harder on other stuff, I just end up like checking out. Night Rain, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. This is gonna be controversial. I'm not interested in Night Rain. I just it's the style of game is what I think it is. If you're like, Cad, you should play Night Rain, I would be like, you're right, and I would go back and I would play Elden Ring instead. 10 out of 10 times. There is no point in which I would ever go like, you're right, I'll pick up Night Rain. I would just literally go back and play one of the single player games. It's when they shove it down our throats. Exactly, yeah. Anders was gay in DA2, but was still liked if people wanted to slap. Well, I mean, DA2 has its own issues, but yes, like I had no issues with Anders as a character. All right, chat, my headset's dying real quick here. I didn't mean for this discussion to go on as long as it is, but apparently my wish list is pretty long here. Next up, we have Onimusha. Onimusha is the new one that's previewed to come out, and so far it looks good, but I don't know much about it other than it's going to be probably action adventure type game. So I expect it's going to be a whole lot of brutal killing. Dispatch actually looks good to me. Dispatch is some sort of like hero management simulator where you're having to direct people around, but like the characters actually look interesting and it's like choices matter type of game. So I'm like, yeah, no, I actually might pick that up. That's like somebody doing something different for a change. It has a star-studded VA cast and it actually seems like an interesting concept to me. So this is one that I'm actually looking forward to, which supposedly it's still 2025 for the release date. Yeah, Civ 7. Good luck. Y'all needed to bake for about another 2 years on this one. And boy, did you bake wrong. So I'm not touching Civ 7. Not for a long time. Honestly, also because Civilization is always the like it to me. It's like child's first strategy game. So I actually, the more they strip away from the Civilization series, the less fun I have with it. Like the more they dumb it down, the more they homogenize stuff, I'm actually having less and less fun with it over time. Where I'm craving more and more complexity, they're going simpler and simpler. And they're not, I don't suspect they're getting more people because of it. I think they're only getting people because at this point, Civ is literally a storied franchise. Milord is Medieval Choices Matter RPG simulation. I've heard about this. I think I've seen a couple people play it. It looked interesting. But I think it's like you're like a kingdom. You're like a king and you're like managing a kingdom. Sea of Stars, I've heard really, really positive stuff about, but this was another one. I tried to get this key and they bucked me, so I've never pulled the trigger on this game. Painted Grail, this one looked good. I also tried to get a key for this and could not get it, so is what it is. To me, when you're not like the super most popular thing out there, start giving away the keys. It actually does help, but these people don't. The Expanse game looks really nice. As somebody that like at least has watched, I think the first like 3 seasons of The Expanse. I don't remember if there's more or not. I like the IP. It's definitely interesting. So I could see another space IP. And Stellar Blade's on here just in case Stellar Blade ever goes through a sale and I go like, you know what? Maybe if I play it on PC again, I might enjoy it more. But otherwise, yeah. That's my wish list at the moment. Like I said, haven't really purchased much. I've just got stuff that's sitting there. It's rotting. It can kind of spend its time, and we can go through other things. Because it's not like there's not other stuff to play at this point. Six was Six was free not that long ago on a couple of platforms. What, for Civ? I mean, even Civ 6 to me is not as good as Civ 5. And I think a lot of people would tell you Civ 5 isn't as good as Civ 4. That's not a good trend. Part of that is like nostalgia and like people just preferring things from the past. The other part of that is also just like, I don't think these developers understand. I don't think they understand what they want. Like, when you look at a strategy game, you have to ask yourself why people play strategy. Chat, how many of y'all don't like strategy games? Hate them, not a fan. Okay, so why do you hate them? Why aren't you a fan? Too much build up. My first games were strategy games, yeah. I don't mind them when I play them. I hate them when they're implemented in another game. Yeah, I think a strategy game needs to be its own thing, right? Did I do it again? I nearly did it, chat. We took double Koyan with this comp, but it worked. Kind of. I say it worked. I'm staring down the barrel of two really high health riders here, so this will not win. Command and Conquer, Halo Wars, Civ, Total War. Yep. A lot of the times they just don't feel the build-up has to be just or right. Most times it's either really long or too short. Yeah, I'm just it's fine. I'm just asking you guys what your actual opinion is. Did I ever finish my 10 playthrough? Not yet, no. So I guess what I'm asking, chat, is why don't you like them if you're somebody that doesn't like them? And the reason I'm asking is because I have a sneaking suspicion that no matter how simple they make a strategy game, you people still won't like it. And there's nothing wrong with that. But that's what they don't get. The developers think they can just dumb a game down enough to the point where people will go, oh, it's so simple now. Now I'll play strategy. And the answer is no. People just aren't going to play a strategy game if they don't like strategy. That's ultimately how it is, right? If you're somebody that's like, man, I just want to play like a hack and slash action game. I just want to smash buttons. I don't want to think. I don't want to turn my brain on. You will never play and never like a strategy game, no matter how stupid they make it, no matter how simple it is. And I don't understand why these devs don't understand that. I get streamlining stuff and adding quality of life, making things easier to do. I don't understand removing features and making a game more simple and like just for the sake of simplicity and basically like kind of cutting content from the game. That to me always really, really stupid. I will never understand why they have chosen to do that. The only strategy games I own are Vanillaware, 13 Sentinels, and Unicorn Overlord. Yeah. I mean, I don't think that's bad, right? Like, I think, like, strategy is always very much in the eye of the beholder, and, like, if you're somebody that doesn't take to it, or you just, like, are not sure, you can always, like, take it easy, right? A lot of times they overtune the difficulty or undertune it. Yeah, I would love to see some advancements in strategy games' ability to like reason with the AI. A lot of the times it feels like the AI just hates the player. And they do that on purpose to make sure that the player can't get too far ahead, which is just an artificial difficulty increase. It's just them saying, we're not going to allow the player any capacity to like manipulate this AI. And it's like, okay, cool. You've now shut down any point of being diplomatic with an AI. Like for instance, it's actually one of the biggest things I hate about Civ games. Everybody will always think you're a warmonger, and the AI always will backstab you and betray you if you grow powerful enough. So then why would you ever bother doing anything other than maybe like the occasional simple trade or research deal? That's it. That's the only thing you would ever do, because everything else is so highly disincentivized. Even if you could get a deal with the AI will only agree to the deal if the deal is so lopsided in the AI's favor that the player has to practically bankrupt themselves. Versus having an actually smart and realistic AI. I mean, honest to God, it should just be that the AI will only allow you to have like a certain amount of friends. And after that point, it starts drawing up sides and creating factions, right? That would make sense, and then that wouldn't be nearly as exploitable for the player. Oh, yeah. The AI will refuse a deal, refuse a deal, refuse a deal. You'll kill them all the way down to their last city. You will have it besieged. And on the turn right before you are about to destroy them, they'll be like, all right, so how about this peace thing? And you're like, no, fuck you. Get the hell out of here. And it's like, I know I'm going to get a warmonger penalty for this. I don't care. At this point, it's the principle of the matter. You refuse the entire time. Time to die. And then the other AI gets like super angry at you for that. They're like, he just wiped that AI off the map. He didn't give them a chance. And it's like, are you kidding me? XCOM and its stupid 90% crit missing. That's honest to God the biggest reason why I don't want to play XCOM. Though I've heard like XCOM's basically dead now. Like people don't want to touch it. I know Trubs was ranting about that because basically the changes that they've made to the modding scene and stuff are just making people go no. Several chances they refused at every point until they were about to die. Yep. Paradox games are better about that. They are better, but even Paradox games have their own unique problems with diplomacy. But I do agree. Grand strategy games have a tendency to do it better, where they do allow a player the ability to negotiate. Because it's sort of, grand strategy games, chat, are like the Dark Souls of strategy games. They are like, all right, go ahead, make a deal. Because literally, it doesn't matter. The AI is cheating. It has the odds stacked against you. So it's like, do whatever you can. Get away with whatever exploit or cheat you possibly can. Because the AI is going to do it back to you. Yeah, I kind of hate Crusader Kings 3's government system. I don't know how it was in 2 because I never really played 2, but Crusader Kings 3's government system is dog trash. In the sense that, like, if you want to retain lands, it is such a crapshoot, and it literally forces you to kill your children. You have to be like, oh, well, this is feudal times. And, I know, like, everything should go to my main child, but somehow the government system doesn't allow that. It's going to be equally distributed amongst all my children. And I'm like, do you want a civil war? Because that's definitely how you get a civil war. Like, so it's really stupid because in Crusader Kings, you basically go like, okay, hey, I'm the king. Now I'm going to give it to my son, the prince. And then you literally play as the prince next after your king dies. But it's like, oh, but instead I had to also give it to the other prince and the princess and yet another, like, bastard child of mine. And you're like, dude. So now you're just playing as this one portion, and the other 3/4 of your kingdom that you worked so hard to achieve are now in the hands of these other idiots. And you're like, yeah, no, that's not okay. CAD farming with a servant I didn't get. I'm sorry. I'm doing it mostly because I know chat wants to see her. You have to change your government type before you get too big. Yeah, I don't like that. I think that's really stupid because they make it way too hard to change government types. I think that sort of thing should be much, much simpler to do. And it should be that, like, you can do it once with no penalty. You try to do it multiple times, it becomes a problem. Or you should just be able to choose what you start as. Most sieges that end in bloodbaths occur because the city held out for a long time. Yeah. Yeah, historically, there are several examples of a city getting made example of because they resisted, right? Unk, you got the 7 deadly chins? Damn, thank you. So you like all 7 of my chins, then? If you want that on steroids, you can try the con path and watch your giant empire collapse after your death. Yeah. Yeah, Horde Tech in Europa is hilarious. I haven't tried it in Crusader Kings. Honestly, most of the time in Crusader Kings, I just end up playing over in England anyways. Because that is my favorite time period. And then I end up inevitably uniting England, and then I'm bigger than everybody else, and then everyone's like angry at me, and then I'm like, well, fuck. Now I can't do much. Hello, Zelfer. Are Warhammer strategy games any good? You'd have to ask someone else besides me. I've obviously played like Total War Warhammer. Those are good. But beyond the Total War variants, I have not touched them. Which, God, there's something I have not heard crap about in a long time is Total War Warhammer 3. Like, it feels to me like they died off super hard. Though, to be fair, that's just also me because I haven't been touching it. Taiga's 10-turn cooldown buff? Yeah. You definitely needed it. All right, chat. That's... should be 3 runs. Yes. Yes. Go back over here. We're going to do 3 runs on Le Alt account. Shouldn't take us too long. And we don't need to, like, hyperfix out of this. I'll probably go do story again here just to advance it some, but I don't think we're at any sort of difficult point of JP's story or NA story for London. Arc? No, yeah, no, nothing yet for Arc. Helter Skelter. Little Warhammer games are the beginner grand strategy games. I'm not even sure I'd call them grand strategy. Because, like, I'm going to be honest with you, and I'm going to say, like, if you could play that, would that be a gateway to allowing you to play a Paradox game? And I would tell you no. No. No, I don't think it would be. I got Jarcher for my Destiny order and Summer Scotty for my GSR. I'm happy and hello. Hey, Ver. Definitely good pulls, assuming you needed both. But yeah, I could definitely understand why someone would want to call those grand strategy. They are bigger. They are like a lot more involved than some of the more basic options, right? That's just gonna die either way. Chat, what say you we do some memorial quests tonight? There's some really fun mechanics, but they take so long. Yeah. And then they have some really not so fun mechanics. That is their issue, predominantly. I do like, though, now we're at this point where I can now 3-turn a lot of nodes on this alt account, which is so good because that is always one of the biggest problems in the game is getting to a point that you can. Obviously, I'm not doing high-level stuff, and that sort of thing does still escape me for, like, trying to 3-turn stuff. But even then, a lot of those nodes I can get down to, like, a 4 or a 5-turn pretty consistently. Hello, Cal. Doing pretty good. Taking a long break and wishing I didn't. Yeah. I've always told people it's better to just not take the breaks in general. Like, I get people get pissed off at the game and stuff sometimes, but, like, really all you do is you just cost yourself some easy resources, right? Okay, 2 more runs. I'm wondering, like, can we do the memorial quests on the alt account? And how bad would that look? Uh-oh. I get the feeling my AC's off again, chat. It's still going. I'm surprised. I did not think it would be. Oh, that's going to be a little bit spicier, but let's stagger the cards. Fish one sucked. I think I used a seal too. Oh, is that the Yeah, I should probably do it. Is that the stupid one for Sea Monster Crisis? Didn't we just have that? Maybe I'm thinking of like JP. Yes, god damn it. I was really hoping that wouldn't be the case. Curious how much the resources of shuffle after Coriolis Storm. They really don't shuffle too much. Like if you're in an iron area, you're still in an iron area. It's just their actual locations change. There we go. Bond 5 on Ace on this account. Definitely not bad. We do have a video to record after this chat. I'll probably do it before we do the stuff. Okay. More assassins. Assassin. I guess I'll still keep Mordred because Mordred with a 50% C is still something that I can work with. Like, she's AoE, so I can just kind of like roll her in here and get the job done. I guess in theory I could throw in Nitocris, but Nitocris has just not been necessary to this team comp. Steak dinner, nice. I'm just happy I got all of them done. Yeah. It's definitely been hanging over the top of my head, and it's something I need to get done. Because I'm probably not going to have the time like over the weekend due to everything I've got going on. I'm also trying to grind a little bit more on JP here, though admittedly I've not been good about it. With taking support Ace, like when she released on JP, no. But to be fair, I also haven't been in the caster category right here recently. Like, I've been taking entirely like Kain Skies and Oberons. So it's kind of like not been a thing for me yet. Okay. Like I said, in the background, that's still a thing. Oh yeah, chat. YouTube wants me to give them your data. Come again? Yeah, YouTube would like me to give them your data. Are they going to pay you good for it at least? They're saying that they will it will likely increase the opportunities and amount of like advertising and stuff like that on the channel. And I'm like, so you're not saying that it will. You're saying that it could. I respectfully decline. I know. I just assume it's just like the demographics data is what they're asking for when I look at the email. And this is something that it looks like they're doing for like all YouTube channels, so I don't think that's like unique to me. But yeah, it's more like they want data on my channel, like channel statistics, audience gender, geographies, and age ranges. And that's it, because I don't think I'm using the other feature that they're talking about. What are some potential earnings opportunities? Example of potential opportunities include higher revenue ad campaign partnerships with advertisers, more brand deal offers, and higher shopping affiliate commissions. As always, not all of the listed example opportunities will apply to all creators. So in other words, give us your data and you might not get anything out of it. I fucking hate this. I hate the way these companies operate, because it's like, if you can't promise me something, why should I do it? Like, oh, please opt in. It's like, yeah, you're gonna sit there and ask us to give you your data, and then meanwhile, it's like let's take the video games industry. It's like, meanwhile, you're still not even gonna let me own my actual game. And it's like, no, fuck off. Definitely one of the problems I have with it. Mute on that. Thank you for the follow. Tell them to at least take us to dinner before they ask that, right? Let me see, chat. Online. God, this website's so wonky. No, I should not click on that page. Sorry, I'm trying to like obviously not dox myself here. Um I'm trying to get the actual like percentile. It's 5%. When was it? It was May 7th was when it came out, but I want to see if fandom has anything on it. Nothing here. Also, this is fucking hilarious. It's May. I just wanted to see because, like, I don't know. This is always one of those issues where it's like something happens like this with the game, and like fandom doesn't actually update their relevant pages. I get that it's probably cumbersome, right? Because I totally understand this from somebody that has a guide of our own. But it is definitely a problem at this point. But they don't really have like anything on it as far as I can tell. And I was just looking to see, did they provide more context? Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I'm even checking the relevant posts that happened at the time. It was announced during the MiHoYo collab. They're not going to have it under any of this. Man. I'm just wondering if fandom actually did denote it in any way. And I guess not. Actually, open up another one here. Account linking? Let's see. That's good. We can use this. Thank you. That's so wild that it's on like its own page like this, but it's not like on the hey, here's how you can pay for St. Courts page. That's probably just an oversight, like I said, but it's still kind of funny to me because it's like, to me, arguably one of those is more important, but it definitely depends on the player. Okay. Yeah, actually, did they give us anything? Hey guys, my name's Kadroth, and today we're going to be talking about a subject that to me has been a little bit of a sore spot with Aniplex and FGO. So, for those of you guys that follow the JP server, you would know that about a year ago, on May 7th, JP unveiled a new Aniplex online website. This website actually allows you to link your account and do other things like purchase St. Courts. Now, naturally, for a lot of people, this was a good thing. FGO has been a long-running game for years now, and I've seen, a lot of people over the years complain about like its lack of sort of modern like capabilities and things like that. So obviously we have to use transfer codes, and that is what it is. Some people like it because hey, they don't have to actually bind their account. But to me, the lack of account binding option is probably FGO's greatest flaw still to this day. JP has resolved that to a large degree thanks to this Aniplex online website. NA still has not. Now, I waited for an entire year. In fact, May came and went this year, of which JP had its 1-year anniversary of having this system. And I said, okay, you know what? Still not anniversary for NA. Let's wait. Let's see. And now anniversary has come and it has gone. And we did not get any early quality of life or anything like that. I'm not going to get too upset about not getting early quality of life. But I will get upset over a lack of account linking feature in this game. JP has now had this feature for an entire year. And even before that, JP has had other ways of dealing with it. In fact, every single other server, Korea, China, Taiwan, they all have some sort of account linking, account binding feature that allows them to save their account from getting lost. NA is the only server that doesn't have this still to this day. So we are now over a year from when JP got this robust system, and I was waiting to see, would NA enact this and also follow suit, and they still have not. So I absolutely have been kind of up a tree here, barking at this point to say that this is something the devs need to implement. I don't really care anymore what their excuses are. This is 10 years of running FGO in general, and this is year 8 of NA. So after 8 years and every other server getting this feature and having had it already for more than a year, NA just seems to be completely left behind and left out. Now, Obviously, the whale part of me would also like the ability to purchase Sanct Quartz direct through them at a 5% discount. That would sound amazing. That would save me tons of money. That would save a lot of players money. So us not having this is also a travesty and something that definitely needs to be rectified. But at the end of the day, there may be some legal concerns, as we know there have been ongoing court cases between Fortnite and the Apple Store and various other ones about trying to offload their purchases off of the marketplace so that they don't have to pay the marketplace their 30% cut. I understand there could be some legal concerns involving the purchasing of currency through a means that doesn't go direct through either of the app stores. However, the one thing I absolutely cannot back them on is our lack of account linking feature. Even if they don't want to give us the ability to purchase Sanct Quartz yet, the fact that we don't have any sort of account binding, they haven't even set up a website or done anything to allow this, despite it existing on other servers, is to me just one of the stupidest and most tone-deaf things that the devs can do. I can't state enough, as somebody that has covered this game since year one of NA, that basically over the years, I have seen multitudes of people come and go from this game. I love this game. This game has a fantastic community, and at times, this game really can be just an awesome thing for a lot of people. But the sad part is watching the people that do go. And I'm not talking about people that get tired of the game. I'm not talking about people that get pissed off at their gacha rolls. I'm talking about people that lose their account when it was easily preventable. Now, obviously, some of that could be a player-related issue. That could be on the player to handle their, their transfer codes and stuff better. But at the end of the day, any player you lose via that archaic, dumb system could have easily been prevented by having an account linking feature, an account binding feature in the game at that point in time. So losing any player to that is just a complete and utter waste on behalf of the developers. Now, maybe some of this is on the localization team. Maybe it's on Aniplex of America to actually get the job done, and maybe they're not getting the funding. I don't really care. If that's the case, please do me the favor, Albert, if you ever see this, come out and say something about this subject. Actually address the elephant in the room and talk about why we still don't have a basic feature that pretty much every other gacha game has till this day. I have been very patient waiting on these things to come to the game, but at this point, if we lose even one more player to not having account binding, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I cannot fathom at this point the fact that both NA or JP, whoever is actually calling the shots on this particular issue, has not at least implemented this. Maybe they're thinking that they're going to wait, all the way the 2 years to when it was announced, because this was announced during the MiHoYo collab as it was ongoing. But I don't see any reason to. This is not a quality of life feature. This is a player retention feature. This is a going concern for your game. If you don't implement this feature, you will continue to lose players either due to their own ineptitude at times or simply due to unavoidable problems. Who knows, maybe their phone bricks and they didn't have the code written down somehow, or the code somehow went bad on them. I have seen this happen numerous times to people over the years, and losing any other player in that way just is one of the worst ways, because obviously so many players, if they lose their account, especially for people that have been playing for years, they're not gonna come back to the game and give it another shot. They're gonna say, enough is enough. I had a good ride, but this is ridiculous. I'm done. And I don't blame anybody for making that choice at that point. The fact that we still don't have a simple feature as account linking and account binding is ridiculous to me. So like I said, obviously from another perspective, getting it for quartz purchasing and various other things would be nice. But personally, I think the the actual hill to die on right here is the lack of account binding. The fact that we still don't have a way to actually secure our accounts and make sure we can't lose them to any sort of unfortunate circumstance or problem that may arise in the future. The fact that we don't have this is a complete and utter travesty. Aniplex of America should absolutely be on top of this. And if not them, Aniplex of Japan. They're the ones that implemented it on their side. They should know better. So let me know what you guys think about this feature and whether or not you want to see it come to FGO. Personally, I would have liked to have seen it come to FGO yesterday, if at all possible. But for me, this is still one of the hot button issues that will just drive me up a wall constantly. The fact that we don't have this now, and we have given them plenty of time to set up a simple website in order to enable this sort of thing, it's ridiculous. So again, I'll be curious to hear you guys' thoughts, and I will see you guys for the next one. Later. There you go, chat. Personally, I think they should have one website for every FGO server. Yeah, I mean, like I said, the fact that we're the last server that doesn't have this. By the way, yes, chat, I know about the black background. But yeah, the fact that we're the last server, and chat, we're not the last server by a couple days. We're the last server by over a year. Like, it has been over a year since JP had this implemented. And every other server had it before JP, except us. And here went anniversary. This is the perfect time to announce it, and they don't do anything. I don't get it. I don't understand. I did see a guy on Reddit complaining how he lost his account this week. Yep. I guarantee you, chat, every week, probably every day, we lose a player due to this. Like I said, everyone will be quick to be like, oh, that was the player's fault. They didn't do this. They didn't do that. Chat, that's not the player's fault. That's the game has no equivalent system to protect the player from themselves. Like, yeah, we can blame the player all we want, and we will keep losing players due to this. Because some players are really smart and they take care of their accounts. Others aren't. Shouldn't you help protect against the ones that aren't? Shouldn't you help make sure that even if a smart player somehow gets into an unfortunate set of circumstances, that they don't lose their stuff? The Koreans have this system? Yeah, the Koreans have similar stuff. But I agree, it's dumb not to implement this particular system early. Yeah, to me, this isn't quality of life. Like I said, it's account retention, it's player retention. Like, them not having this is just losing players on a day-to-day basis. And it's stupid. It's like, I've seen people get really upset over this over the years. And, like, for the most part, I've been like, it is what it is. But over the years, I've also seen just how many people we've lost due to it. And I'm not saying, like, every person that leaves the game is somebody that lost their account. Absolutely not. But no, I mean, like, personal anecdotes, chat, I know over 30 people. I know over 30 people that have quit the game because they lost their account. That is fucked up. And like I said, you know, at this point, I'm somebody that probably knows like a good, I don't know, 300 to 400 players that play the game. So is that, you know, is that absurd? Like, I know more people than others, so of course I'm going to run into that more. It's like, yeah, but even if you look at this, it's like that's almost like a 10% rate. That's not good. That is absolutely like anemic for regards to like retaining your players. It's a completely preventable issue. And it's like, as long as you put account binding out there, then at that point, if someone does lose it, yeah, that's on them. There's nothing you can do. It's like they chose not to bind their account. Oh, well, like they can't really get angry. We can't really get angry. That's on them, right? But it's like, as long as you have the system, you're good. If you don't have the system, of course, everyone can just turn and blame you. You are the problem. Aniplex is the problem here. Probably waiting for the lawsuit again. Well, like I said, then implement half the website. Don't implement the store portion. Implement the account portion. Like, holy fuck, people. Put in an account system on a website that we can bind our account to. It's that simple. Shit, you know what? I'll do you one better, chat. Put in the actual St. Court's purchasing page, too. And then just say, oh, you are from this region, you're not able to purchase. I don't get it. Got lucky in finding a long form about my account and getting it accepted by their customer support. Yeah, I suspect you're gonna get some like I'm gonna get some naysayers on this video, and they're gonna be like, actually, I lost my account and I got it back, and I don't think this is a big issue because I think players can get their accounts back. And I'm gonna be like, do you know how many times I've heard stories of support not giving someone their account back? Like, you really want to leave it up to chance? You want to leave it up to Karen at the support office as to whether or not she's having a good day and she feels like restoring your account? Fuck no. Nobody should ever want to do that. Obviously, you're hopeful that you can get your account back, but it's like, dude, you don't even want to be in that situation if you can, right? Also, the recovery is a pain in the ass. Yep. You'll break your login streaks. You'll lose out on stuff. You'll be lucky to get it back. And it will just be a nightmare to actually do so. Maybe we can get the announcement in the FGO panel in NYC. Yeah, well, when is that? Is like November is when that is this year? I think it's earlier, isn't it? Like hopefully, right? But like I said, I don't really care. The whole reason I'm making the video is just to get some pressure on them. So spread it around. Like put the pressure on them. Do something with this. I don't care. As far as I'm concerned, this is absolutely a hill to die on for the FGO community. The FGO community should get upset about this, and they should actually try to stick it to the devs. Why? For no other reason than everybody should be doing it for the guy to the left of them and the guy to the right of them. Don't even do it for yourself. Do it for your friends that are playing the game. Just because it wasn't an issue for you doesn't mean it's not an issue for anyone. Yeah. I lost my account and support didn't help at all. Luckily, I found my written down transfer code. They were useless. Yep. And like I said, so what happens if you don't have the written down transfer code? What happens if you can't find the picture? Like I've seen people chat. I'm not even kidding. I've seen people who I took a picture of my transfer code, CAD. And I dropped my phone at the bottom of a lake. Guess you ain't getting that transfer code back, are you? No. Yeah, if it's broken, it might be able to be recovered. But no, I mean, shit happens, right? And there's a point where it's like, hey, yeah, maybe you shouldn't have done that, right? But sucks to suck, but it is what it is. Personally, I write it on a Google Doc. What happens when your Google account gets shut down because your automated house heard you say something that somebody thought was a slur? I'm not even joking. That's actually I'm actually referencing something that has happened. So although I think in that case it was an Amazon delivery. It was an Amazon delivery driver rang the doorbell and heard something that they thought was a slur. So they reported the house. The house was one of those Amazon Alexa run houses, and it literally the entire account got revoked and shut down. And the person had to take it all the way up the chain and got as far as the VP of Amazon. And then the VP was like, oh, we're so sorry. Here, please take all of this stuff. And the person was like, no, you're not doing any of this. I am removing it. You are removing the hold on all of my like smart house stuff, and I am removing you from my house. Like, and I'm like, yeah, I don't blame them. I don't fucking blame them. And by the way, they didn't say a slur at all. It was like the driver misheard because he had like headphones in or something. It was really stupid. I'd have sued him. He did. He did actually sue them. Because even after he got like everything turned back on, it was, they literally like, the person had, again, it was a smart house. So it's like they could not run their like, I think it was like their water or their utilities at all in the duration that Amazon had bricked the house. They literally had to like go live in a hotel during that time period. So they had to actually sue to get the money back. Did the driver lose his job? I don't know. I don't remember hearing about that. Dad, quick question. Do you think the stop killing games thing will affect FGO? It could. You know, we've been talking about this a lot, like stop killing games initiative and whether or not this means a whole lot for FGO. Like hasn't been too much of a discussion, but just in general, the stop killing games initiative. So for everyone that's aware, stop killing games is a initiative that people are trying to rally around. The creator has stated that the purpose of this is to make it so that multiplayer games, live service games that are active cannot just be shut down. So like when a player has paid for a game and then like, oh, the company decides it's not profitable, the company can't just turn the lights off and then the player has no value, right? And what they're asking is not that like, oh, you can never shut a game down. They're asking so that like, okay, well, when you reach that point, could you instead make the files public, allow private server hosting, allow peer-to-peer type stuff? Could you provide some sort of player-run solution rather than just bricking the game entirely? I agree with this stance. I actually think it's good. I think that's something that should be done. And an example of this, like I was mentioning before, if you go look at Conan Exiles allows private server hosting. Meanwhile, their newer game, Dune Awakening, there are private servers, but you have to go through a third-party host. The players cannot host it themselves. That's fucked up. I actually don't think that should be a thing. I straight up think that should be illegal. Okay? I understand that, like, if we're an MMO or something, maybe there's a design in which we don't allow private servers. But I do like the idea of, hey, maybe that should be something that has to be made available before shutting down. And I've seen a lot of people say like, oh, no, like that, they can't do that. That'll limit developer options. They won't be able to do things. And I'm like, I don't really give a shit about developer options. Does anyone in chat give a shit about developer options? And I guarantee you most of you guys are going to go no, and the reason why is because you're not a developer. You're a consumer. You're the end user. So of course you don't care what their options are. You care about your own. And that makes perfect sense, and it's one of the reasons why this initiative has been as prevalent as it has been here lately. Admittedly, Stop Killing Games initiative has been around for like, I think it's like 5+ years at least. I've known about it for that long. And part of the reason it came back to the forefront here recently was that it basically was a lot of stuff where the creator of the initiative has been trying numerous times to get it recognized legally via governments and stuff, both in the US, the UK, and they're striking out at all turns. And what they're finally kind of achieving here, and this was sort of their last gasp, was a petition on the EU side of things. Now, that petition has a deadline, and as far as I know, that deadline has come and gone, or at least is about to, but either way, they've already succeeded in the petition signatures. But at the time where this started popping up, it hadn't been, and it had kind of stagnated at about half the signatures it needed. And so the creator created an appeal, reached out to several other content creators that were, you know, big prominent content creators, and tried to tried to get them to, you know, talk about the initiative and raise awareness. And that's a good thing, honestly. But in the process, a couple, like, I want to say like a year ago, basically, I think Pirate Software had made a video about the initiative, just frankly speaking, slandering it and trashing it and taking a whole lot of stuff out of context without any real, like, how should I put it? Like, any real constructive criticism. He was basically just bashing it, and everyone was like saying, like, okay, well, if you don't like the wording of it, why don't you, you know, like, say how they can fix it? And the reason why is because Pirate Software does come from a developer background, so he just wants it killed. He doesn't like it. So it's one of those things where he was just shitting on it just to shit on it, and so now people have been calling him a corporate shill and stuff, which I frankly agree. But at this point, like, basically a lot of these prominent content creators started trying to raise awareness of it. One of those was Moist Critical, Charlie, and he made a video basically talking about and addressing, like, Pirate Software's criticisms of the initiative and saying how they were baseless and he was taking everything out of context and going off on, like, insane straw man tangents. And he basically, in doing that, kicked off the whole, like internet, like, debate and drama over all that stuff all over again. And that has had, like, kind of a Streisand effect now at this point, because Pirate Software has come out and yet again doubled down and said how much he doesn't like it and blah, 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 blah. So, long story short, the initiative now has the signatures it needs, but I think it still has to get a couple of other things. I think there's going to be, like, now that it's gotten the signatures that it needs, it is a, like formal thing that the EU has to investigate. And my understanding is that from there, then they're going to have to sit down with the game developers. But I did see the other day, there was an article that came out that was written, apparently the developers trade union in the EU, so the game developers trade union, came out and said that, like, they hate Stop Killing Games initiative and they don't like it because, like, basically the same stuff the Pirate Software is saying. It's like, oh, like this is going to limit developer choice, and like we're not going to be, like, able to sustain this monetarily. And it's like, oh, if we do this, we will be having legal liability for, you know, content that is produced on our platform. And I'm like, that's really interesting. How do you have legal liability for something that's happening if you have shut down the game in effect and washed your hands of it? If you've made it open source and you have given it to the players, how do you have legal liability there? And the answer is, you kind of do, but you don't, because every single one of these games makes you sign an end user license agreement. What's in those end user license agreements? 10 out of 10 times, chat. Don't sue us if blank happens. Yeah, so it's like, it's pretty easy. Just get people to sign a freaking waiver. It's like, hey, you're playing a like defunct version of the game. We are not legally liable for anything you see or do here, and we reserve the right to come after you legally if you misuse our product, right? Like, that's all they have to put in, and people would be like, oh, hell yeah, like give me that. Like, let me eat that up, right? Similarly, they've tried to say, like, oh, we can't police the content that's happening on these games if that happens. And it's like, why would you need to? Like I get it. It's like someone could be out there making like you know, like Nazi flags and stuff like that. It's like they don't want that happening in their game. And I'm like, yeah, those are the people that you just sue at that point. You tell them don't do it, and if they violate it, that they're gonna get, you know, them coming after them. And it's that simple. And then you just go after specifically that group of people. You don't have to deal with, like, anybody else. And meanwhile, you don't have to sit there constantly policing it. The way a lot of this stuff usually works too, and the way, like, in general copyright infringement works, is that once the company is made aware of it, they have a legal duty. But if they're not aware of it, they don't, right? So it's like, within all reason, unless they get made aware of it, it's not that big of a deal. But the second they do, it's pretty easy. So it's not like they have to sit there like paying moderators constantly to watch the game. It's literally something they could just say, hey, what happens on a private server is private. We don't care. It's not us. As long as they don't, like, infringe our copyright and, like, try to like defame or like use it for nefarious purposes, we're good, right? And I think that's perfectly fine. But so anyways, that's really all the initiative is about, is like trying to get developers to recognize, hey, it's not good to shut down a game with no ability for the player to continue to play it when the player basically, like, it's an always online game and stuff like that. And it's funny because that trade union also was trying to make the argument of like, oh, well, some games are designed to be always online from the ground up, so how would that work for that? And it's like, I mean, yeah, isn't that one of the issues that every one of the players out there nowadays hates, is these stupid always online games that just don't need to be? Like, an MMO, sure. But like, you know, when I have like a freaking city builder game, why does that need to be online? Like, why do I care? I don't. And the only reason it is literally so that it's all getting piggybacked off your server so that you can harvest our data. That is literally the only freaking reason. So it's like these companies are basically trying to sit here and say like, no, they can't do this because it will reveal just how scummy we are. That's really what it boils down to me saying, or them saying, right? So like, could this sort of thing affect live service gacha games? I think it potentially could, assuming like, hey, they get shut down. Because I was talking about this, it's like, what happens in the future? And this did come up. We didn't specifically talk FGO too much, but the idea of like, what happens when FGO shuts down? And I'm like, we don't necessarily know, but like, you know, and I'm not saying it's shutting down like right now or anything like that, just like sometime in the distant future, right? And I said the one we'll probably find out with first, the first truly major gacha game that appears to kind of be really slowing down is Grand Blue Fantasy. Grand Blue Fantasy is about, I think, 2 years older than FGO. And it's kind of like if you guys have ever seen it, it's like a web browser style game almost. So it definitely is like behind the times in terms of looks. It still has some devoted players, so I expect it'll still stick around for a long time. But it is going to, at some point, probably be the one that goes first. And it makes me wonder, when that happens, what's going to be the restitution? Dragalia Lost shut down already? Dragalia Lost wasn't that big. I hate to say it. Like, we've had plenty of gacha games that have shut down, chat. The big ones stay around for a long period in time. I'm looking and talking about what happens when one of those big ones shuts down. When it does, there's going to be a lot of upset players. There's going to be a lot of people that feel ostracized, that feel abandoned, and they're not going to be happy. So what then is the recourse? Are they going to make it, you know, like a single player variant of it that's offline, that's available to people? Are they going to, you know, open it up to the players and just remove the monetization or something like that? We don't really know. We've seen a couple of games do some interesting stuff when they shut down, but we haven't seen one of these major ones hit that point. That's where I think something like this would really come into play. You're going to see a lot of people that are going to be like, for instance, let's just humor this thought of FGO shutting down at some point in the distant future. Is like, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be like, hey, you know, what about the story? Like we want at least the ability to still be able to read through the story. Like, this stuff matters for the greater, like, theme of FGO. So, like, what do you do when the game shuts down? Like, is that just going to become lost media, or is like this going to be a thing that, like, at this point, it will be carried on in the minds of the fans? I mean, we definitely have, you know, data mining and stuff that basically has all of the info anyways. But I think within that regard, that sort of info will become harder and harder to get your hands on as less and less people are interested. So, like, for instance, we have, like, Atlas Academy that has pretty much all of the game's data harvested out of it, right? Okay, that's cool. What happens when the creators of Atlas Academy suddenly get bored and decide that they don't want to keep paying the server fees on that? What happens when they decide to stop scraping the game because they've decided to retire? That's going to be an issue, right? So it's like, right now we're at a point where FGO is still perfectly fine. If something catastrophic were to happen, everything would be taken care of. But that's not a guaranteed future. And that's not, you know, something that we can say that like 5, even another 10 years down the line from now would still be at play. So what happens when that stuff shuts down? Maybe no one cares anymore, but maybe there's still a lot of people that do. Maybe there's still a lot of people that are nostalgic, and maybe they want their game taken care of into the future. And I think you're going to start to see this not just with gacha games, but with a lot of live service games. Imagine something like League of Legends shutting down, and just like the sheer number of like people that would be like, whoa, wait, what? Like, hey, I have like all the stuff that I like purchased or played and accomplished in League. Like, you can't just get rid of that. And so that's gonna be really, really weird. You already see this with WoW. Yeah, WoW has definitely been an interesting way in which like that sort of thing is getting handled. I think it's because they didn't want competition for Ever Crisis. Yeah, I mean, honest to God, like that's one of the reasons I don't like Square or trust them for gacha games. I bought a $25,000 skin. How could you shut it down? Yeah, I think like at the end of the day, this is where the video games industry is heading, and this is a good thing. To some degree, some people are probably like, "Oh my God, this is so stupid." But that is exactly what someone in chat said. This is not policy. This is a discussion. This is making developers aware that they can't just keep doing this because players will fight back. And that's good. That's good to make the developers aware, because frankly, we shouldn't need a law. We shouldn't need policy. We should just have this idea that like, hey, yeah, this has been this historical game for years and years and years. We should take care of it and make sure that it's not just vapored, right? It should be preserved at that point historically, not something that's thrown in the trash and been like, well, your time is over. This is fucked. We need a solution. Please help. Exactly. I think that's really, like, realistically speaking, I think that's what a lot of people want from their games at this point, is they want games that are going to actually care about them, the player. And if you're just going to throw the game in the trash at the end when it's no longer profitable for you, developer, that pretty much says that, yeah, you never really did care about the player. The player was just a means to an end. The player was literally just a wallet, and if anything, the player was the person in between the developer and the player's wallet. So I don't think that's a good thing. I think the video games industry for a while now has been in a bad spot. It's been corrupt. It's been greedy. It's been absolutely reeling from its poor decisions and choices. And I do think, to a degree, we're going to get better. I actually think that stuff like this raises awareness and increases the the power a little bit of the consumer, because that is, unfortunately, in a weird way, one of the biggest issues within the gaming industry. Consumers have a lot of power. They don't really ever wield it. And that is one of the sadder parts, is like, again, you look at Dragon Age Veilguard and they're like, oh, yeah, we thought there was a group of idiots that would just always buy our game no matter what we did. So we thought we could get away with this. That mentality, I suspect, is rife within the, not normal developers, right? But rife within the upper management at these studios and publishers. And I think that sort of problem will continue to rear its ugly head and continue to get squashed by the players. Every single time they make something the consumer, the end user doesn't want, it won't work out for them. And I think the industry is finally beginning to notice that, at least, that, hey, yeah, we've been trying to pander a lot over the past couple of years, and it really hasn't worked out for us. So many things we've tried to get away with didn't work. Again, another one, chat. Any of y'all remember NFT games? Remember the fear and the panic that NFT games were going to be a thing? And I knew they wouldn't be. And the reason I knew they wouldn't be is because I knew no one would actually play an NFT game. There you go. That's exactly what happens. They tried to implement it, and not only logistically could it not work, they straight up noticed immediately, oh, nobody cares about this. Nobody's actually partaking on this stuff. It's not actually this lucrative cash cow we were promised it would be. And they very quickly switched gears. Like we were talking about this the other day, but Square Enix has had like nothing to announce the past couple of years, and they still appear to not even have anything into the near future here. And we were like, well, why? Why is that the case? It's because we know for a fact Square Enix was working on NFT games on the side for at least a year, and they probably had to scrap every single one of those projects. So that just screwed them developmentally. They now have this gap year in all of their development progress that just didn't work out for them. So I think when we start looking at that and other signs, like, yes, I think the industry will heal. I think these, this battle of the major publishers gobbling each other up to try and beat each other just isn't working out for them. And I think they're going to get back to a point where they're on more amicable terms, and things just end up where essentially the power gets kind of wrested away from them and get put back a little bit in the hands of the player. I think we'll see a little bit more decentralization within the industry as well. We're going to see a lot more of these indie developers kind of making their mark. And chat, if you don't believe me, I'll give you an easy bellwether to be able to tell. What do you think happens to a developer that's been fired from a major publisher? Some of them leave the industry. Others just go look for another job. But if you've been fired from a major publisher in a shitty way, do you want to go work for another major publisher that's going to do the exact same thing to you? No, I suspect a lot of these developers, a lot of the talent is getting brain drained out of the major AAA studios, and it's ending up in the independent studios where it probably is much more appreciated and belongs. So that's what I think the trend is going to be going forward. I think instead of having like 5 different major publishers, you're going to start to see a lot of independents rising in prominence and being more powerful and capable. You will see some people go under the umbrella of the major publishers, but they're only going to go under the umbrella of the major publishers if they either A, can't control their own impulses, or B, are so big and storied themselves that they can dictate to the publisher hands off. So an example like this would be FromSoft. An example like this would be Respawn, okay? Those are 2 studios that are under the umbrella of bigger publishers at this point, but they are so good at what they're doing that the major publisher can't get on to them and can't dictate to them what to do, because they basically say, no, we're going to do what we want to do. So the publisher can at least dictate maybe some of the money, but the studio can also just have the threat of, well, then I'm going to go walk over to this other publisher, and there's nothing you can do about it. And we actually know that for a fact in Respawn's case, because that's exactly what they did in the past. For those of you guys that aren't aware, Respawn, who makes the Jedi Survivor series, as well as Apex Legends and several other things like Titanfall, literally used to be Infinity Ward. They used to be the studio that originally made Call of Duty. And you're probably thinking, but Cad, there is an Infinity Ward studio. What are you talking about? Yeah, that is the name that was a husk that they left behind because they had to for legal purposes, as the entire studio got up and left Microsoft. Sorry, not Microsoft. It was it Activision, chat? No. Who was it? Who was it that originally had COD back in the day? I'm trying to remember. COD is Activision? Okay, yeah. So it's like they just straight up got up and left and said, no, you're not going to do this to us. You're not going to treat us like crap. We're literally going to go somewhere else. And so they had to leave behind the name Infinity Ward, but the entire talent and brain trust of the studio went on and made Titanfall and made Apex Legends and made, Star Wars Jedi Survivor. So it's like, they're still good developers and everybody kind of knows it at this point. But you look back and you wonder maybe why some of the more recent Call of Duties have not been that good. They've felt, like, oh, they're good maybe graphically, but they're not really advancing too much in the actual gameplay department. That's why. It is straight up because this is just sort of posers using and wielding the name. It's not the actual original creative brains behind it. Because Apex has been dying for years. Yeah, I think there's definitely an argument that Respawn is not what it once was. But at least we could say that their products in the past have certainly been good, right? And now EA will suck them dry? No, that's the thing, is apparently EA has to be pretty hands-off with them. EA is basically not allowed to touch. And the reason why, again, because they are like, whoa, hold on. Hold on, what do you mean? Like, why can we not touch them? EA wants to, but EA can't because of the initial deal that they signed with Respawn to get them in. If only they kept making Titanfall. Yeah, I think the bigger, the thing that you could actually use to defeat me here in my arguments in this is that Titanfall 3 was supposedly canceled and nobody seems to have the actual reasoning as to why. It could be because they didn't want to make Titanfall 3. It could also be because EA didn't want to make Titanfall 3. And if that's the case, that does make you wonder how much Respawn actually controls their own destiny into the future. One of the rare things that EA just wasn't straight up bad. Yeah. I mean, honestly, like I said, EA, in a weird way, EA is not as bad as it used to be. It's certainly not good still, but it's not as bad as it used to be, mostly because its CEO has changed and mostly because we are at the point of like, hey, it almost couldn't get worse. EA was at its scummiest years ago. Doesn't mean they're good now. They're still scumbags, but like, they are not as bad, I think, as they historically were. I still wouldn't trust them, though, chat. Dobbs and BioWare fan? Yeah, BioWare's cooked, I'm sorry. As somebody that, like, BioWare used to be my favorite studio, too, it's just, it hurts. All of EA bad is from their sports games, pretty much, yeah. I mean, to be fair, BioWare definitely didn't help that. Like, in the sense that EA dictated to them that they would have to use their stupid Frostbite engine. And frankly speaking, that is one of the worst decisions that was ever made in the history of mankind for video games. Forcing BioWare off of their own proprietary engines and onto an engine that was never made for RPGs literally is what, to me, doomed that entire franchise. I think, again, you could have had... There is a future where you don't get Baldur's Gate 3 from Larian Studios. You get Baldur's Gate 3 from BioWare. And you get it because, they made their own series called Dragon Age, which was the spiritual successor. And it was so good because it kept that CRPG feel going. And everyone loved it. And then Wizards reapproached BioWare and said, you know what, it's been enough time here, make this game. But unfortunately, I think that history was doomed by the EA acquisition. I think it was doomed by the decisions they made. And I think, sadly, Dragon Age 2, I can even say I like the characters and I like the story of Dragon Age 2, but Dragon Age 2 as a game is just a failure in a lot of ways. And I think when you look at that, it's so hilarious because the more you know about Dragon Age 2, the more you know that game was actually almost a statistical impossibility. They literally made that game in under 2 years, from concept to finish. And it's like actually insane that they managed to pull that off in the modern development era. Baldur's Gate series is also doomed by Hasbro now too. Yeah, the fact that chat, hear me out on this, right? If you were Wizards of the Coast and you fucked up, and you know that Larian Studios doesn't want to continue to support Baldur's Gate 3, what would you do? What would you do? Would you do what they've done, which is them saying, okay, it is what it is, and we're gonna go and we're gonna find another developer to make Baldur's Gate 4? Roll a charisma check? I would certainly roll a fucking charisma check. In fact, I wouldn't even roll a charisma check. I would just straight up I wouldn't roll deception. I wouldn't do anything like that, but I would just straight up be like, you're right, we fucked up. We didn't believe in you. We never should have. We didn't support you. We will support you for your next game. Name your price. Name your price, and we will support that. We will give you free reign. You can do whatever you want. That's what I would have said. I would have basically offered somebody's head on a silver platter too. I would have said, yeah, this person, they didn't have a good relationship with you. We're going to fire them for you. We value this relationship and we want to preserve it. Bend the knee? Absolutely. Absolutely. I would have said, please, dear God, continue to support the game of the year. I would have said, please, dear God, make the sequel. That's what I would have done. Because I think the Hasbro execs are stupid enough to believe that they can find somebody that will make Baldur's Gate 4 and it will be as good as Baldur's Gate 3, and they're absolutely wrong. What are you going to do? You going to go get BioWare to make it? Chad, if BioWare made Baldur's Gate 4 at this point, it would be vaporware. I wouldn't fucking play it. Like, pick the most spiteful option possible. Probably be a beat 'em up. You know, at this point, I wouldn't put it past them. You have. It would be like a fighter, right? You would have to pay to unlock DLC characters. Buy our season pass to our single player RPG. How about Gearbox? Dude, chat. People are like, I've heard people saying good things about Borderlands 4. I give Borderlands 4 a 5% chance of success. And that 5% is contingent entirely on somehow Randy Pitchford was able to remove his ego from the situation, and they managed to not give a shit about like DEI stuff and actually go back to their old like joking ways. They start telling the comedy like it was in 1 and 2, and I don't think they can do that. That's why, like I said, I give it a 5% chance. 5% chance of being good. So if you are a Borderlands 4 person, do yourself a favor. If you're a huge fan of the series, do yourself a favor. Do not pre-order that game. Do not. Don't be the day one person. That game will be around for years and years and years if it's good. And I say if, because it is not a foregone conclusion. Do yourself a favor. Wait and see. I can only caution that with the utmost to you guys because I know. And actually, before we pop another one here, let's go do the meme Oriole quest, chat. Cad, you are telling chat to cease on the pre-orders. Yes. I am telling chat, don't trust Randy Pitchford. Don't trust Gearbox. Borderlands 2 was a long time ago, chat. Most of the people that worked on Borderlands 2 don't work at Gearbox anymore. And those that do probably have changed fundamentally as a person since then. So don't trust that Borderlands 4 is going to be Borderlands 2 Redux. It is literally just going to be the exact same crap as Borderlands 3, maybe with some gameplay improvements. And if that's fine with you, go for it. But for me, personally, nah. All right, so these are the memorial quests. These are all, I assume, event CQs. You know what? Wait, have I actually leveled up her skills? Not her. I have. Can I only... Interesting. Use the child CAD? You're overkilling it? No. Listen, chat, I need to overkill it because I need to know. How much does she have charge again, chat? Perfect. I thought she did, but I could not remember off the top of my head. Thank you, game. Very cool. Clearly, I meant to heal. All right, chat. Do you think we can kill Santa Island Mask? Isn't this a bit much? No! Like, y'all say it's a bit much, and the reason I say it's not is because we still got to do this on the alt account, okay? The cursed missed actually, so you're doing less damage. I know. You're right. You're right. We should go back. We should do it again. More damage. Okay, I don't know what this one is. Yeah, so it looks like I'm going to be stuck using whatever they give me as supports. Honestly, I'd rather use Umu there, but probably not the best solution. We'll use Nito. Cannot use Ishtar. That's gonna be a good one. That's gonna be a good one at some point. Use Spishtar? I don't know. Maybe. Oh, is this Gouda Gouda? Guga Lagana. I don't have any Ibuki cards here, so this is just a wash turn. Because I don't feel like buffing to do the NP. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, just enough. Yep. Here I was thinking it was an AoE fight. So this is Summer 2, right, chat? Or is it, or am I misremembering? Yeah, Summer 2, yeah. I saw the chains and I was thinking it was good, and then I was like, oh, wait. That was what they used for the Dead Heat Summer race. Good crit. Now just don't kick me. Piece of garbage. Okay. Okay. There we go. We'll send that. He's gonna do worse. Gotta love the bull, yes. Mr. Ventos, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. How's it going? We are doing the memorial quest on my main account before I have to do it on my, like, new player alt account. Smashmouth playing good stuff? Yeah. How was your stream, bud? What were you guys up to? I'm just finally getting around to doing these. Did I see the Nasu X HSR interview? No, I did not. If you got a link, throw it my way. Looking through OC1, finally hit a boss that I need to think about. Ah. Bosses that you have to think about. OC is not famous for those. Yeah, like it's funny because I've likened ordeal calls, like a lot of them, just to me they feel like they're about like Lost Belt like 2 or 3 in terms of difficulty, where it's like they can sneak up on you but otherwise they're not like terribly bad. Right, event support. Let's see, a writer here. Let's go with Scotty. Has not been my favorite chapter so far. It's definitely weirder. I liked it okay in the end, but it is certainly not like the best. Also, was my Summer Scotty 10 out of 10? Did I hit the Bond Grail and like... Alright, hold on, chat. Hold on. That must have just happened. Because I don't even remember it happening. And I thought she wasn't at 10 yet. Playing his own theme song on stream. God, I wish. Makes you a macho man, indeed. Chat, if you guys haven't ever, go check out my man, Mr. Ventos. I believe we're going to be doing a collab later this week as well, so hope to see you guys there for that. Let me go grab another Summer Scotty, actually. Do I get a Slim Jim sponsor? No. You know what? Yeah, I'm just gonna keep Proto Merlin in there just for the just in case I end up needing some party-wide protection. Still looking forward to it? Yeah. How would changing the engine on Dragon Age fix the poor writing? Oh god, that's such a loaded question. So, fixing the engine on Dragon Age would not fix the poor writing. However, in theory, you can go back in time and you can find a scenario in which they weren't forced to produce a new game on an engine they didn't know with modules that didn't work for it. Basically from scratch within like just a handful of months, right? Actually, this is like the worst possible draw on cards here. And in that scenario, imagine they get to create Dragon Age 2 under their own engine that they choose with their own time frame, and Dragon Age 2 becomes a lot better game. From there, they don't lose as many people due to crunch. They don't lose as many people due to like EA just kind of bullying them. And I think Dragon Age as a series is a lot better into the future, and also BioWare as a company is a lot better into the future because of those decisions. So I think it's like, it's sort of just a one thing led to another type scenario where it's like, yeah, you can't just directly say by doing this it would get better, right? But yeah, I think it like actually down the line would improve the stuff. Oh, is that the link to the interview? Yeah, let me take a look. Also, is this something that recently came out, or is this... Yeah, July 8th? Okay, so today. I'll take a look at it after this. Oh, wow. Arts cards. Hell yes. Sadly, I don't have a quick card here, but we're just going to go for that. Because, god dang, man, Summer Scotty Buster Crits be doing things. I probably should have popped, her, her invuln. Oh, actually, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. I'll take that. Because I can go, boom. Actually, no, did that remove the NP damage up? Yeah, okay, it did. It just said attack, and I was like, huh? Oh, right, the buff block. Well, whatever. Everybody say goodbye to the Demon King. I think it's a bit shorter than most of the more recent main chapters. Yeah. Yeah, it's to me, I didn't feel like it took me that long, other than like the reading, I guess, was a little bit longer, but like the actual like length of the fights wasn't necessarily that long. Had my Draco waltz through every single one. She invalidated a lot of this content. You're not wrong. Even though I've heard that we can't use Draco anymore. She's not super good now that we're in Ordeal Call. Okay, so we have a Iori here. It's tempting to just use that, but I think we're just at this point. This is literally a just, oh. Well, I know what event this is from now. Ninja Kid, thank you for the 13. Appreciate it, my dude. Banana rotate. I don't like it, though, when they blank my craft essence usage here. And this is also going to get spicy on the card slots. Oh, give me that. Yeah, this is actually going to get really spicy on card slots. I get the feeling this is a servant gauntlet. I just, like, I know the event. I don't remember the specific quest here. Actually, we'll leave it. Throw in some bond back here in the back line. It's time to duel, yes. Watch Summer Draco drop next month and be even stronger. I think next summer on JP could be like, it could either be a complete and total dud or like goaded depending on like who they choose to pick, right? And it's really weird in that regard because I've seen so many like hits and misses with regards to Summer, and obviously I think like who they choose and the taste in those units is subjective, right? But like there have definitely been misses from the perspective of like, hey, there were units that would have fit really good with that summer event that they didn't choose, and then units that they did choose that like to me didn't fit the summer lineup at all at times. So that's what has me like worried more than anything, because I'm just sitting there and I'm like, man, I don't know, like who will they actually end up going with? Go ahead and pop that just to get the critical stars and rotate. Hokusai rotate. My god, my fingers are not wanting to touch the proper button there. Doubt Ibuki's gonna need the damage output with all of this firepower, so we're just gonna go with NP gain. And do an Arch Chain. Be real though, they choose the summer event, reflect on who the devs want to... Yeah, okay, I'm not gonna read that one out loud. Summer King Hassan, his design is exactly the same except he's pool floaties and a snorkel. Yeah, and then like a harpoon, because we'll make him a lancer, right? Yeah, no, I've seen a bunch of the like the King Hassan spoof spin-off artworks, and I love them. They're great. I love those things. Okay, a Medjed that is resistant to all attacks and increases his own NP damage. Not ideal. But we'll try to brute force it. That first lineup there was not too strong. Nah, he would be a saber. Maybe if he like, pulled a surf mo and like beat you over the head with a like surfboard. Santa should be Grand Rider and it's not even close. That'd be awesome. Well, I think my Ibuki's gonna go down here. But there are things we can do about that. Gotta go with that just due to it being Ibuki strong cards, but this is a like weird chain regardless. I got an NP to protect the party, but come on. Yes. Right, at least you got the bar there. Oh. Wait, I thought it went away. I didn't think it made her damage resistance get stronger. Yuck. You go put some food in my stomach. Have a great rest of the stream. Thank you. Appreciate it, my dude. And thank you again for the raid. Welcome, everybody. I pretty much got to sit on Castoria's NP for one more turn, so we'll fire this off. Pray to God and hope that she doesn't just beeline for Ibuki multiple times in a row here. That dealt no damage. I don't remember what the mechanic was here. I don't think it was death procking or anything. I think this was just a... Yeah, I was gonna say, I think it was just a time thing. Damn it, so I should not have popped that there. Well, still has the solemn defense on that particular one. Oh, thank you for the double defense. That's fantastic. That enough? It's just enough. Just enough. I could do the Castorian P here, but one, I think she'll probably kill anyways, and two, if I do use it and then I don't kill, that puts me in a bad spot. There we go. Easy kill. We might get Padoru as Draco instead of OG Nero when we eventually get Padoru as the servant. That could be cool, actually. Like, I'd be okay with them doing like a spin on that rather than doing the OG necessarily. And they could even do it like where it's like, it's Padoru Pretender, right? Maybe like the first form is the actual Padoru. Or not. All right, chat, maybe I should pull these up. Do you think I should keep memeing these? Foreigner, foreigner, foreigner. Does that event in the bottom left button? Where are you talking about? Destroyed her with melt? Yep. Alter ego, definitely way to go. Yeah, I'll just go like that. Surely Summer Astolfo this year on JP. To me, I understand why people want it, but also I think that's like one of the fastest routes to like they would definitely get money from the people that do it, but it's also like just to me like how they would get a bunch of people not to roll too. So I don't know. It like probably just better if they stay away from something that might be polarizing. Let's go ahead. Let's do the skedaddle skedoodle. Rotate. Dang, couldn't get the Buster crit. I don't think that worked out for you too well there. Is there a limit to this? I don't even remember. Yeah, like people said there's no way we get Medea, and I'm like, well, they would have to replace the VA, and they're like, yeah, they're not going to do that. I was like, well, it's actually happened quite a bit in the like industry, right? But I do agree. I think like to a degree, I'm not going to say it's not going to happen, but it is a big hurdle. So unless they make an announcement of like, hey, you know, like this is going to be the new VA and stuff like that, I don't necessarily see it. It's a chat. So you're claiming. Oh, I see what you meant by the button. So like I was reading this and I was like, what are you talking about? It doesn't say, it just gives you the year. You were talking about this. You're not wrong. So then that would mean that this is Karen. This is 100% Karen. A doobie baby? Yeah. So we are right back to where we started, chat. Overkill. Strangest boss fight in the game. Have they revealed anything about Summer yet? Or are they saving it all for Annie? Probably for Annie. Which I don't blame them. I mean, like, that's always one of the more hyped things about Annie is just getting to find out who the Summer units are going to be. You will win what true God power is. Twimble Amphi. Okay. Infinite Love True treated as debuff. Immune to mental debuffs. I don't remember what the mechanic is. I like our arts card there, so we're gonna actually overkill a little bit here. I think they always show the first banner behind the second during Annie, don't they? That's usually the theme, yeah. Little bit of overkill. Little bit. Yeah, Eris is one of those units that it was unfortunate that I didn't get to roll on that banner on JP because she is really good as a 4-star. She like just her ability to loop and deal effective damage to servants, which when you encounter rulers, odds are that's the case. It's such a like nice effect. Hey, does she still have no? I'm just worried one of these is going to be an instant charge, and then we're just going to get upset. Got her in my GSSR. She's really solid. I mean, granted, this is an MP5, but like, you can see we are just slapping this and making short work of it. Like, this is probably going to be a tough fight on my my alt account. Get evaded on scrub. One evade left. And yoink. You thought you could stop me, Super Baby Karen, but the answer was no. I use my MP1 Eris to dumpster Karen as well. Yeah, like, I mean, I'm overkilling her health bars by like 2/3, so it's like, yeah, I think an MP1 could handle at least something like this. Apparently, I need to go play babysitter. Yep. Okay. Once more. So this is a Berserker. This is Sea Monster Crisis. I seem to remember this being the solution to the problem. Actually, just going to go with Waver on the back line there. I think that's a relatively safe choice. Though maybe not with Black Gray. Might be a bit of a bad choice there. How dumpstered this node? Yeah, if I remember correctly, it's just like what makes the sisters here so good is just they just sit there and out heal him while looping on him. Like the sisters are basically just the hard counter to this fight. Waver totally best Black Rail user. I mean, you say that, I've unironically seen people put that up on Sport. Okay. Prevents disappearing after incapacitating an enemy. Nunny? My goal here is basically just going to be to use Waver to debuff and then get rid of him. Yeah, we landed a stun. That's actually great. Not going to get the drain, but the stun to me has a little bit more value. How many is that? 2 left. Chat, does he have an instant charge? Almost forgot the other art's up. Yeah, the nice thing about the Trunk Sisters is, again, just they heal. And NP5 is one heck of a drug. NP sealed now. And the Trunk Sisters one card that they have is sealed. It's only unfortunate because I don't have the Trung Sister's third skill popped, which is the crit resistance for the party. Because if he does start critting us, this could hurt. Well, that is unfortunate. And it is for one more turn. Chasmachi's good for Ace. It's not bad. Ace has some pretty good overcharge effects. Okay, thankfully he did not get the NP off. Also, woo, he almost got Lady Avalon there. I'm gonna go ahead and pop everything here. Take the opportunity. Yeetus that deletus. And I'm also gonna pop the NPs here just for protection's sake. Should get Castoria at least triple overcharge. Maybe quad. I'd have to think about it because I don't remember how many stacks Proto Merlin gives off top of her ability. I don't remember if it's one or two. I think it's just one. And there you go. He did live. And then Trung Sister's cards to finish it. Bonk. Yeah, this one's not too bad. I think if I remember correctly, wasn't it like the challenge fight was what was actually worse about that one? The story fight was like, as long as you take the Trung Sisters, you were okay. All right, so that was the memorial quest, chat. Now, to do them again, only worse. Now, to make it an actual challenge. Well, we know Jack's not really going to be too useful here, but I guess we'll still take Jack for the potential buff strip. So we're going to need something that can deal effective damage against a ruler. Boy, do I have that something. Hey, you know what? Let's keep things as they should be. That's pretty much my best buff scenario. We're going to finally switch off of this and switch to Ye Old OG. We're just going to let Jerker here one-shot it. Salter or Fujino for better utility. I mean, Fujino's a boss killer. That really is what she's kind of designed to do. Salter is a node destroyer. First one's forced, yeah. Now, this one, easy on the alt account, right? Like, gonna waltz right in, pop my buffs, and tell that man, good day, sir. SR ticket choices get harder the more you play. SR ticket choices get harder the more you roll. Like the more units you have, the harder SSR, SR, GSSR, like any of those decisions get. because you start getting to a point where you're like, hey, there's nothing I can actually take that necessarily improves the account. And it starts becoming a little bit more of like whimsical choices, or hey, I'm just trying to avoid a USO, that sort of stuff. Three-turn debuff immunity was really useful. Nice. All right, this was the Guga Lagana. Actually, I don't think that's a bad choice here. Because, again, we cannot use Ishtar, chat. Don't you dare use Ishtar. My casters here, probably not the best choice. Who do I actually have leveled, chat? Ironically, this could be one of my hardest ones, because again, I'm forced, so I cannot get bailed out by somebody else. Sorry, I have to think about this, chat. I don't think I have another proper charge C. No, not that. Dare I do it, chat? Dare I do the Necromy? I do have another one there. That'll work. Rider on Rider? It's literally the best I have. This account has 2 SSRs and they're both casters. So, Gugalana, not exactly a good matchup, right? I had to actually think about how to do this. That lag as he floored it. Just enough? Just enough. And now it gets actually hard. Because I could obviously push Gugalana, but Gugalana could also buff strip my ass. So this is just spicy no matter how I do about it. Oh, this is my first break bar. So the game had to give me my tutorial for this. So I guess it bears worth explaining. Break bars are basically another health bar. You can treat them exactly in the same way as you could treat like a normal unit's health bar for overkill purposes. But
a break bar will not break until your turn is over. So there's nothing you can do about like trying to stagger cards or NPs to try to get around it to get it to pop. That is one of the issues with it. It is literally meant to slow the player down. And you have to be careful because certain effects can come into play when a bar does break. A unit could say get more attack up, or it could place a charm on you. It could also full charge itself to its NP, which it will then get its turn right after and then fire off its NP. So you have to be a little bit careful with how some of these things works. Obviously, there's things you can do like stunning a unit right off the bat in order to make sure that it doesn't get that effect. But we don't have that luxury here necessarily, so we're just going to kind of have to go and pray to God, basically, that we can kind of get the job done here. I'm not going to fire off the attack up on this because I have a triple buster brave chain here. I think Jerker can get the job done for this first bar, and we're going to save that attack up for something where I maybe am not sure that I'm going to get the kill, as this one's probably going to be a knockdown drag out here. And there you go, actually pretty easy. Now, Googleana did do the buff strip to me here last time, and yep, that's a butt kicker. Thankfully, he is almost entirely focused on Waver. That's a little bit spicier. We can heal with Kentoki's third skill, and we can also try to heal Jerker back, but this is very, very precarious at this point in time. This is basically who can get to their NPs first. And in this case, I mean, I could try to card him out, but you can see buff removal is going to be what it's going to be. So thankfully, that should have wasted an action of his. So the more buffs I can put up, the better in that regard. This is asking for it, but we're going to do it because basically I can bait his AI, if I remember correctly, into trying to fixate on me. Like, so he'll waste another action trying to remove that buff. Hey, crit star down. Oh, never mind. This does actually keep Jerker alive then. Perfect. Now we got Nitocris. And I can do that. He'll probably buff strip her. But Nitocris is an actual effective unit here. She is level 82, so we're going to also abuse that aspect. Going to try to keep doing mighty chains, get her through. Oh, he arts downed her. What an evil, evil mechanical bull he is. Oh, wow. They both are hanging on by a thread. And that might be just the thread that we need. So there is an arts down here. Unfortunately, a mighty chain here, not really the best of options. So he removes all of Nito's buffs. And basically, she could solo it from this point if she had to. Googleana is not somebody I really want to tangle too much with. Gonna taunt everything to mash and prioritize keeping her alive. But basically, we're going to give Nito the attack up here. This is an NP3. She is actually effective. We're going to abuse the arts chain if possible. I could have popped the arts up on her, but I suspect Nito will kill. I guess it depends on how bad this arts down is. That may have not been a good decision of mine. And we are going to sink the mechanical leg into the into the water to drown it. And it worked. And there we go. This account levels up. All right, so that, like I said, that was probably the hardest one this account will have, because every other one I can get bailed out by a decent support option. This one we could not, and that one was, like I said, because it was a rider, it was just not a good matchup for this account. This account doesn't have an assassin I really want to invest in yet, so it's definitely an issue, but something we could at least kind of come to grips with. All right, so this one was a caster. Wait, which one was this? This is Gouda Gouda, and it was a caster. Wait, why am I drawing a blank on this again? That blob? Taking a look here to see kind of what we got in the way of decent options. We do have a couple of single target writers on the friends list here. Something like Origin Bullet's definitely really strong, but I'd have to be able to get the character to their NP for that. The alternative is something like Ozzy here, and I think this does make a whole lot of sense. We're kind of just going to proceed as normal. The boss is very likely to just kill stuff off, and that's fine. We are just going to kind of keep doing what we've been doing, make for the best, and pray to God. The multiple break bars can seem daunting. If you're worried about the break bar effects, definitely go look up a guide. That is something that is absolutely a decent idea depending on what you're doing. Now, keeping Jerker deeper into the fight, probably not the best idea, but at least for the time being, we're gonna kind of just go with it. And I'm actually gonna see just how well I could maybe loop Kentoki here. He's not gonna pop this bar, but we're gonna try to get as much as we can out of it, and then try to get Jerker into a second bar if possible. Now, it would have been closer if we had NP5, but it still probably wouldn't have popped. We would have needed maybe a little bit more critical stars there, something to actually do. I don't like his ability to charge his NP off that. Wow. Wowzer. Okay, so we got to be spicy careful here with regards to stuff protecting Jerker. Jerker does have defense up, and that still was a pretty nasty crit. We're going to pop her attack up here just so that she can actually put some burn debuffs on the enemy. And we're just going to kind of take the Mighty Chain here. She should be able to card out this bar, though it's going to be a little bit closer. Okay, she did get the crit. I was going to say, if she doesn't get the crit, it's going to be a little bit closer than I'd like. But she definitely managed to get the job done there. All right, so that was a buff block that just got put on us. The crit gets dodged, but then he proceeds to just be like YOLO and try to like beat her to death there. Let me take a look here, see what this status was. Yeah, this is nullified defensive buffs, and it's just one left. So it's really only going to matter if I use something defensive on her, which the current point in time, not really looking to do that. Kentoki is likely to stay up at least for a little bit here, but we're just going to kind of send this in Jerker's case. I'm going to take the 2 quick cards here. Hopefully we can get Kentoki to his NP for the next turn. And if we can get to the final turn without Ozzy having to come out on the field, this should be pretty easy. Sorry, I said final turn, final bar. And Ozzy comes out onto the field. This is not good.
We're going to pop everything on Ozzy, and we're going to evade him. And we're going to let his cards hopefully do the trick. There we go. We get the bar break, and that's actually going to be great for overkill hits for Ozzy here. So Kentucky is doing some solid lifting for us at this point. We still have 2 more units in the back line. There's the defensive buff immunity, but not going to matter. Although removing all of the buffs on Ozzy is something I did not think he would do. So that is rough. You can still pop that, but again, yeah, it's actually probably not. Oh, he's immune to attack buffs now, so that could have been a mess up there if I hadn't been lucky a little bit, because I didn't even think about it. I just immediately Force of Habit kind of popped Mash's defense buff there, and it would have gotten eaten. Now, one of the things I can do in order to kind of protect Ozzy here is I can go ahead and taunt, but we could also potentially watch out for future stuff. So I think right now we're going to hold off on the taunt, and we're just going to kind of let the dice roll in effect. And we're just going to, since we don't have any access to a proper attack buff, we're just going to go ahead and send Ozzy's NP. It could be a long time before we get his stuff back irregardless. So I'm just going to kind of send it and try to get on the way to another NP if possible, or at least get this boss a lot closer to death, which Ozzy does have a good CE on. This is NP2, so even though I don't have his attack buffs, it should do some decent work here. And it does. We might even kill if we're lucky. We will kill. There we go. So just enough. That is a little bit of power of NP levels and leveled craft essences, which can be very, very strong if you level the right ones. Ozzy had a good one. He had cranking, I believe, which is one of the game's meta. Basically the best 50% and buster up NP damage CE. So really, really good for a buster person that's going to fire off their NP to nuke something. Worked like a charm right there, even though Ozzy didn't have any of his buffs. Due to my own screw up. Okay, this was the Servant Gauntlet, if I remembered correctly, with, what was it at the end? It was the Unkillable Medjed at the end, which was Assassin. So a good single target caster would be a decent idea here. See if there's any up on my support list. Sometimes it can be hard to find an offensive caster, particularly a single target. We've got some AoE ones. There is an Okuni here. 80 out of 90, 111. Not exactly the best. If that were a better one, I would certainly take her, but feel like I can probably find something better. Gee, Blue Apple, the extra AP. Listen, I should, but do you know how many times I've run into this issue on this account? There's a point where it's almost a futile effort to keep it down. This is an odd choice. You could definitely go with something like Ryudochi Temple here, but again, we're running into the issue of basically people not having their skills leveled and such, which, again, perfectly understandable for newer accounts. I get it. I'm not going to fault them, but I'm also not going to take them. Going to look for something a little bit stronger when possible. Like, for instance, right here, even this would be something that potentially could hit harder. (111) no CE equipped. Bit oof here. Yeah, sorry, it is first day of filming instead of cranking. I'm used to calling it cranking from JP, and frankly, that is exactly what its literal translation is.
The NA localization staff just chose to change it to be edgy. At least to my understanding. That's not terrible. But that's not a good CE on her. Man. A friend just bailed on me? No, it's fine. Like I said, I'm basically keeping this to randoms, mostly from the standpoint of if I can't do it, then how, like without taking like people's overpowered supports with regards to like, you know, obviously I can find some random maybe that has something, but if I just have a bunch of people from the fact that I'm a streamer come in here and help me, it's like I can't expect normal people to be able to do that, right? All right, this is definitely a little bit better. I don't remember if Nito Alter has a writing skill, but this is a 50% charge sheet. This is an NP5, and she at least has the charge skill leveled here. So we'll go with this. Can definitely be an option. Unfortunately, the support variant is going to be better than mine because it's 1 NP level higher, and the skills are all a lot more leveled. So this is one of those cases. Just take what the game gives you in that regard. Don't try to force something. Riders are going to be a bit of an issue here. We're going to take Ace. We're going to take Jerker. You can see party cost is beginning to be alleviated a little bit here. No, I'm going to play it safe. I'm going to keep the OG Mystic Code on. So this is one of those deals where I could throw in something like Plug Suit and Swap, but I don't want to end up in a scenario where like I just don't have a hard survival skill going like into Nito's NP or something. She can already death proc me, which is already bad enough as is. So having the the hard survival is probably better. If they kill off some of the frontline units, it's fine. We're going to make do with what we can. Like those intro sequences? Yeah, the Summer 4 intros are great. Mysterious sheeted swimsuit Meged. I love when they do stuff like this, and it's honest to God, it's still something that we're missing from a lot of the like events nowadays. Some of the events feel like they're kind of phoned in from the devs sometimes. Not that they don't do like, you know, good story chapters and interesting units, just that like some of the like small stuff like that really does matter and really does make the events memorable. So Ivan's going to be a little bit of an issue here. Same thing with one sussy elephant statue. Gonna pop the defense up here just for the sake of it. I'm probably gonna have to Hokusai like Ivan. Well, I don't know. Moon Cancer at 3 turns is a little bit spicy. Ivy can buff strip though. Like there's a lot of threats here is the problem that you'll run into. And Darius is still alive after all this, so I am going to go ahead and utilize this because getting out of this situation with most of my units intact is probably the ideal. Probably. Okay, that threat's gone, but now we have 2 casters with a rider having increased actions and a berserker having increased actions. So this is just spicy all around. There's not going to be a whole lot we can do, and we're actually just ever so slightly shy of the charge that we would need. Come on, Hoku Saber. 80% and you don't crit! Well, goodbye, Nito. Do one of those. I don't have a much better play there. Doing a Mighty Chain here is probably not worth. The last turn of Hoku Saber's arts up. We want to try to use her arts card first in case this does clean kill. It does. So now her arts card gets Darius, and we get a little bit more NP gain off of that, rather than, say, the Ace Buster card soaking it, which we really didn't care to use. Now, imagine it's going to be rough here, because again, 3-turn NP cooldown. So this is pretty much going to just be get away with whatever I can get away with here at this point. We do have Guts, but it's only for 1 more turn on Hoku Saber. So to me, at this point, this is a just bet the farm on all of your arts up. You can see we're not dealing very much. But thanks to Ace's ability, any damage that gets done. So this is actually going to be decent for Hoku Saber's damage output here. Now, again, Hoku Saber, as we could see, increases her NP strength, which increases with overcharge and deal significant damage to one single enemy. There's definitely a lot going on here, but I'm going to value Ace and hers more so, just due to the fact that getting a little bit more damage out of Ace is probably better since Ace is actually effective. %90 crit and missed. It happens. Yeah, we've talked about the 98% concept versus 99. 99, when you're in the first 100, will always round up. 98 will not. Nothing you can do about that. Get some stars in here. Not a whole lot I can do. I can maybe dodge with Ace next turn. So we have an effective card from an SSR, a 90% crit. I'm going to go with the 90% crit here. We're going to try to feed a little bit more capability to Ace here. Yeah, she's going to have to do quite a bit of heavy lifting here. And we don't want her to kill anybody if possible. But she did. Alright, so she is NP sealed. This is actually fortuitous for us. Gonna dodge here with Jerker. We have double Buster cards. Gonna pop her attack up skill, and we're gonna lead with Ace. We're gonna try to get a little bit of NP gain here. She could probably kill Waver, but Waver's getting close to getting back to his skills. So if Waver can manage to live it out one more turn, I think he should have it. I haven't checked the cooldown because I wasn't paying too close of attention, but well, she's certainly trying to get rid of him. And there we go. Now, 35k here. This is a turn we actually would like to pop the bar. And if I can manage it, I can save her NP for the next turn here. But this is risking things a little bit. We don't have a Brave Chain, which would have been a little bit more ideal. But what we do have is we do have a Mighty Chain. And I just have to think about who I want to actually Mighty Chain with. I'm actually going to invert the order here. Good crit. Excellent. And we actually get waivers in P should he manage to live. He won't, but we'll hope that he does. All right, so we get some Medjed power there. She wastes a turn trying to attack Jerker, and wow, Waver does manage to live. Now we get to actually set this up quite a bit. So this can be a triple NP turn. Now, if you will remember, basically Jerker's only effect that increases with overcharge is her burn. We don't really care about that. However, we need Waver's NP to go off first because he'll put defense down on the enemy. Then we'll do Jerker. Then we'll do Ace, who will gain the benefit of being later in the sequence. We did have some good cards there, but to me, it's probably better to align all of these NPs, take advantage of the overcharge, and go with it. No stun, unfortunately, but we do still get that defense down to land. We do also get a curse, which is, you know, just more dot damage at this point, which with an enemy that is fairly defensively stacked, this is decent for us. And Waver also did drain her of charge, so this buys us one more turn without the NP. Unfortunately, Ace is on like her last leg, so it's not good for her longevity because we're just increasing the amount of time that she can be basically beat on, in effect. Finally gets some damage. She focuses all three attacks on John Alter Berserker, and that's one of the things I kind of warned you guys about, is it could be somewhat difficult when the AI just starts kind of bodying you. We're going to pop Ace skills since she's close to death anyways. As you can see, we do actually end up with potential for either a Mighty Chain or a Buster Arts Buster Chain here with Jerker, and I think we're going to take advantage of the Mighty Chain. Mighty Chains typically do more. The only thing that should exceed a Mighty Chain in damage is 3 of a kind. And even then, it's usually just 3 of a kind Buster that will exceed the Mighty Chain's damage. So it worked. It was a little bit sloppy there, but we got the job done, and we didn't even have to use the support Cersei. Well, you know what? Let's take a look. See what Ataraxia here has in their support list. Ataraxia is clearly a whale. That is a lot of K-scopes. That is sad and unfortunate. But again, this is event supports, so event supports can be kind of scuffed. I'll go ahead and send it. Someone like this, you know, they probably are not like the most in-demand person because they're not in-game, not all their stuff's leveled up. This is actually somebody that, like, down the line, especially because we know they're going to be spending money on the game, we could potentially get them as a friend, and they could prove to be a very powerful friend for us in the future, even if they're not necessarily for right now. You get very skewed luck, it happens. All right, this is Abby Summer. This is going to be looking for an alter ego. So this is, if you're, you know, someone new that's been following all this, it's going to be our first fight against a foreigner. Foreigners are the berserker killers of the game. They are also effective against other foreigners, which is making them kind of a glass cannon themselves. But we're going to go with basically our alter ego here if we can to try and get something to work. Now, with regards to this, finding a single target alter ego would be the most ideal. Somebody like Melt here would be a very, very decent option, but definitely one of those deals where it's like, hey, it's going to depend on if we can get her to an NP. But still, this is a very strong Melt. This is a, again, NP3. It's not got the best CE on. Got imaginary around, but we're going to go with it. It is, ironically enough, it is a level 100 imaginary around. So this is a better than your average imaginary around. Somebody did actually level it up all the way. We're going to go with that. We're going to also go with Jerker here. Try to see if we can work her way into a Noble Phantasm again. We'll have some backup ones like Kentucky. So we're just going to kind of keep the exact same flow as we normally do. I believe the major gimmick here is to simply get Abby low and pop her guts. Though you do have to be a little bit careful because Abby does have a nasty kit for a servant. She can terror you. She can drain you. So there's a lot of stuff you got to be... actually, sorry, this is a summer variant. So she can put us to sleep, which is another unfortunate thing. We're going to pop both our dodge skills because Melt actually has a multi 2x dodge herself. We're basically going to pop all of Waver's stuff here. Now, she's sitting here at 50% charge. We do have a triple arch chain. So with that in mind, you know, if that crit, we could get her to full pretty quickly and easily. But there's no guarantee that we do. So we're just going to kind of pop what we can here. Also pop that just due to the crit down. Now, this is a pretty invested in Melt. This is somebody's baby, as we can tell, because we have FOD command cards. We have command codes on the command cards. You can see her evasions are gone, so we're just going to go ahead, pop the third skill here, and just kind of go. Give her the attack up. Let her do her thing. And we're going to pre-card the NP here because we want this Melt chain, but we don't necessarily have a good one. Putting the Buster card first will mean that the subsequent cards deal more damage. It won't affect the NP, but it will affect that third card and the extra attack. This is going to be the best option for us here. Melt is basically a ballerina on stilts, so she's just going around slashing and spinning and creating a water vortex. And there we go. Definitely good solid damage there. Not enough, but that is getting us extremely close. Especially considering I don't have a quick buffer like Scotty or anybody like that to have really helped out. She removed all of Melt's buffs and then put her to sleep, which is not good, but thankfully sleep is usually, as long as the unit gets touched, they come back awake. Now, this is not good. I didn't even think about this, but I actually did take a Berserker in here without paying much attention. Now I've done an oopsie, and you might have found yourself doing this as well. For me personally, there's not much I can do, but we can instead just not use the Jerker cards. We're going to use the one to set up the Mighty Chain, but then we're going to rely on Melt here yet again. We get her very, very close to having that Guts popped. Two of them get the Terror pop, and that's not good because probably it's going to be their cards on subsequent turn here. But let's see. There we go. We actually get bailed out because it was the fourth turn. So the 3-turn cadence reset. Melt is just going to get some really nice stuff here. Could have broken the change if I wanted to, like, you know, pop the Guts here. Unlike a break bar, Guts can be popped by switching, you know, your cards and NPs and altering the cadence there, but it works. Having this Melt on our friends list is not a bad idea. And yeah, honestly, this is a very well taken care of account. I can already tell they have 6 of these, which means that they have loaded out their entire support list, and they have my waifu.
And she's 10, 10, 10. Oh, and they have Buntoria, and she's Grailed. Bless. All right, so we're gonna take that one. We're gonna try to get that person on our friends list as well. And you can see we're getting summon tickets from this, so this is well worth your time to go ahead and do stuff like this. This is the Karen fight. Karen is going to be a little nasty. We are going to look for an Avengers because Karen is a ruler. Avengers shred rulers, but naturally this could cause us at least a little bit of grief because Karen has some nastier effects. Now, unlike the prior one, though, it's not a forwarder, so using a Berserker against this one would not be a bad option either, though keep in mind Berserkers can be squishy. So far, no real good one. We did see there was a John that appeared last time around that had a 50% CE on. That would be something that would be pretty decent if we can find something like that again. Although, unfortunately, we are not finding much. There's a normal John, Simp 3. It's level 90, but it's 111 skills and no CE equipped. This is, again, one of the big issues that you'll find is so many people don't get their units taken because they're just not in a good state. This is why you want to level up your unit skills, get them good, not just for your own sake, but also for the people that have you as a friend. They'll be much more likely to take your unit if your unit is well taken care of. If you don't take care of your unit, you can't expect somebody else to use your unit either. Maybe checking all slot? Yeah, it's definitely something I can do. Oh. Barosu. 6661, and this is a 60% CE, but it's not because it's not MLB, so it's just a 50%. It's not a bad one. This, meanwhile, is a much better one. This is a MLB and at least partially leveled Golden Sumo, so it's got about 1,000 attack on it, and this is 10, 10, 10 skills. This is much, much, much better. Let's just see, though. That'd be an NP2 level 100, but there's no CE on. No CE on. I don't know what people's problems are. Let's go check the all slot, see if anything better than that one exists, but if not, we will just go with it. All slot is also sometimes where you see a lot of people put their best unit, as it's something that they'll do to like just kind of flex their favorite husband or waifu, but it does depend on what they're doing. So nothing there, so we'll go with that. We'll go with that one Jalter. Maybe 3-1-1. You'd be surprised. That's just how some people are. Okay. Now, in this case, knowing the way that Karen kind of seems to be, I think we're actually going to put Jerker last there, and we're going to try to like let her kind of carry if we have to. We're going to try to get done as much as we can in these opening bouts here. Have enough for at least a 2-star CE. Sure, give Waver 30 HP per turn. What could possibly go wrong? I like the casino one, looks great. Doing these memorial quests as a new player makes me wish I could watch or play these old events. I missed it looks so fun. Yeah, I mean it's definitely as like when you're doing it with a new account, there's a lot of like, hey, you kind of gotta like solo your way through it, or you gotta like just load up the best units you can, throw them at that, and then let somebody else carry the rest of the way. And that's just gonna be how it's gonna be for a lot of people. It's unfortunate, but sort of just the status of the game in that regard. Now, I have a triple Buster chain here for Jerker, so we're just going to go ahead and we are going to full send Jerker's lineup here and let her kind of go to town. We'll let Hoku Saber maybe see if she can get some action on the next wave, but this might not kill, so we'll have to be careful. Got about 110 there. Get another Buster card. Yeah, this is not going to kill, unfortunately, but it's going to get pretty darn close. Unfortunately, with rulers, they take half damage from just about everybody other than Avengers and Berserkers. Extra classes, other extra classes, they can maybe do like neutral damage. But so this is one of those deals where I can look at this, I can see this is about 19k damage or health, but this is basically an amount that we can double. So in our head, this is roughly around like 38k is how much damage we need to deal. And that is not looking good for these cards, particularly for these two. They're going to get reduced. This one's not necessarily. We do have a little bit of longevity there, but you can see Waver just getting bodied. Now, if Waver dies, there's really no skin off our back for the time being. We're going to go ahead and with the 50% just for some extra. But this is definitely a concern, at least if we start shedding units too fast. We actually do get the break. That's pretty surprising there in that regard. But we managed to get it early here, so now we're going to get some extra little spice. And looks like she's just got a hard-on for Waver there. The attack down is certainly unappreciated on our what was supposed to be the next nuke that we had coming in. Well, we're going to go ahead. We're going to send her. We could give her the attack up buff, but to me, not really worth. I could try to loop her. Still probably not worth. This is going to be where this run is probably going to stall out a little bit. We're just going to have to kind of make do, and we're just going to try to get her as far as we can. Hopefully, we can get this bar pop before Jerker has to come out on the field, but that's probably unlikely. Because you can see it's not like our damage is doing good. Really... sorry, I said Jerker. Jalter comes out on the field. Jerker is going to have to do some work here, but she even is going to be in a spicy spot as, well, she does effective damage to Karen. Karen does effective damage to her. We're going to heal Kentucky. You can see she just barely managed to avoid it. I swear AI in this game knows and sometimes will navigate to make sure you don't get to an NP evenly. It's definitely a concern, but there's not much you can do about it. So we could take this opportunity to go for a Brave Chain. Then Kentucky, though, is at risk. So I'm not really sure what we do. We can certainly go with the Kentucky Mighty Chain, but the temptation of triple arts here and getting Jerker to another NP, to me, that's too great because Jerker actually can deal effective damage here. So I think that's what we go with, although we're getting drained per turn, and now Jerker's dead. So I get punished for my hubris there. How dare I actually go for that? And Kentucky dies as well this turn, leaving only Hoku Saber up. And now 2 units come out with Karen having her NP ready. So this is absolutely the most unideal of scenarios. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually go ahead. We are going to shield Jalter here from this oncoming onslaught. And we are going to taunt and try to draw Karen's focus. Now, Karen is an AoE NP. I don't remember. This might buff strip me or something. I think we'll throw out the attack up and just kind of go with that. But otherwise, not too much that can be done. We thankfully get Jalter's cards here. So we're just going to try to card her hard. And we actually do get pretty lucky in that regard. Oh, we just barely missed getting the pop. But we got some really lucky crits. Unfortunately, we get buff nullification there. And everybody else goes down other than... Hoku Saber, who got the stuff there. See what the status is. So this is just immune to all buffs, but it's just any one singular buff. So you could do some things, but we'll have to be very careful about how we utilize her. Just double checking. We don't have any command codes. If we do, we might have been able to use an effect from something like that to nullify it. This is unfortunately probably going to have to be that, which is Jerker's critical damage. Which really, truly is unfortunate because Jerker is somebody that can absolutely, like, destroy with crit damage. Now that is just evil. We're going to let this play and see what the effect is. But the instant charge was just an immediate, like, what the hell, man? So we got to be careful. She now has the drain per turn. So unfortunately, for better or worse, this is the turn that we must fire off the NP. What sucks about this is we have buff nullification again, and that's going to mean we're going to drain. We're going to utilize this and get rid of that, but we're not going to get any of the effects of this, which is really, really unfortunate. Or what we can do is we can choose to bait this out with this. Now, Jalter actually does have basically invincible on this. So this will still double as a survival skill. We are going to bait it, and we're going to go for it because we kind of need to kill. Time is of the essence. We're basically just going to full send this, send the triple buster chain, and pray to God that we do enough damage here. If not, we have one more turn probably to finish off Karen. Yeah, this is an NP1. Not going to get an insane amount of damage here. But we're not going to get a bad amount either. That is actually really good. And that is the power of an extra class actually being effective for once. So this clean clears. Not as close as we thought, but still fairly close. So again, could have been a little bit closer if we didn't get as lucky with the Jalter chain that we did. But a lot of stuff also here kind of went against us. Karen basically perfectly played against us at certain moments. So realistically, you might get better RNG, you might get worse. If you get bad, feel free to pop some command seals and go in and revive yourself and go for it again. Or feel free to back out, try your strategy again, see what you can, change up. That's definitely going to be one of the harder fights you're going to encounter here. Same deal. I'm not even going to look. I'm just going to go ahead and say, hey, I could use a Jalter on my friends list. I got plenty of friends list slots. Let's go ahead and send that friend invite. That MP interlude carried hard. And there we go. Now we are on the last one. This is the Sea Monster Crisis. This one could be rough. For me personally, I highly advise the Trung sisters. They are exceedingly strong for this type of thing. So that's what we're going to go with. But let me think if there's something else I can maybe do. Mash here wouldn't be the worst idea. We could certainly try to level up a little bit more. But I am thinking maybe we keep these a little bit more in the back line. We're going to swap that, give her the worse C, give her the better charge C, so that she'll be closer to an NP should the situation call for it. We're going to try to kind of power our way through it, but damage is going to be a major concern here, as will sustain. This one's a little bit rough because this boss does a whole lot of damage to you, and one of the things you really need to do is stay topped off. The good news is the Trung sisters are both good single target arts loopers and party-wide healers. So we're going to try to hinge on that aspect and kind of keep them going as much as we possibly can. This one could be a little bit intimidating. Don't worry about it. Same deal. If you have the command seals, go for it. Highly recommend that. We're just straight up going to kind of pop all of their stuff here turn one, give them the waiver buffs, and just kind of let them go to town. Now, again, you can see here with this stuff, we could pop this here. It's a 14 turn cooldown. I'm actually not going to go for it. We do have the Trung sisters cards. And remember, like I said, our goal is going to be looping them just about as hard as we can. We won't get as much damage out of them as the playthrough I did on my other account where I had Castoria buffing them and such, but we'll still get some decent output here, and we might, if we're lucky, get the bar pop. You can see Trung sisters have a very stylistic NP. They actually do quite a bit of damage here, so not going to get the bar pop, but definitely very close. And the good news about this sort of thing is we've gotten everything on cooldown, so we're going to get back to it about as fast as we possibly can.
But the other nice part is this this pair of servants is actually animated by the same people that do the Pokemon, as far as I understand. This is a Pokemon artist that drew the Trung sisters. And they are a Vietnamese servant. We get even more good cards there. We get a good bar break. And now we get some buff removal, which is not ideal, but it doesn't look like it affected the Trung sisters too badly. They do have 2 buff nullifies at play here. Waver's just kind of rotten. We're not really able to get a whole lot out of him. We are a little bit worried about Dagon getting to his NP. We're also going to lose some of the Trung sisters buffs here. And we don't have a whole lot going for us in the way of like cards. We're actually going to go with the Arch Chain here. The Trung sisters will NP again. But we're going to try to get Waver to an NP himself so that he can potentially drain and slap a defense down on Dagon. There we go. And you can see he charge gained himself as well, so he would be at an NP this turn. But we are going to attempt to deny him. And we're not going to get the crit damage off of that because they were buff blocked, but we are going to still get charge. Charge is not considered a buff, therefore it cannot be blocked other than by some sort of unique anti-charge buff. Now, what we are going to do, though, is we're going to do one of these. We're going to take another Arch Chain, but we're going to use Waver's NP to drain this guy so that hopefully he cannot NP this turn specifically. And we're going to try to get the bar pop at the same turn as his drain so that he can't necessarily do like some sort of instant charge shenanigans on us. Because unfortunately that can happen. It's very frequent that you'll see a lot of that stuff. We do get their buffs in play there. And then, so basically I ended up putting the defense on just in case something happens here. And we can see, if we look at this, they get increased arts card effectiveness that increases with overcharge and buster card effectiveness that increases with overcharge. However, the healing doesn't go up if we put them ladder. We'll just do that, and we'll save Hoku Saber's NP for potentially the next bar. Again, you can see Trung sisters are doing some real heavy lifting here, just offsetting a lot of Dagon's damage, keeping the party alive for a lot longer than it probably would otherwise be. And we get the bar break. Hoku Saber still has an NP ready. Unfortunately, now we are MP sealed, and I totally forgot he did that there. So, not going to be a whole lot we can do about that. We kind of got to wait this one out. Thankfully, the Trung sisters should be healing us per turn. And they were relatively unaffected by that. And our units coming in from the back line also are unaffected. However, they're also not necessarily getting the healing from the Trung sisters NP. They are, however, getting the fight-specific healing that is at play here. Gonna save Mash's taunt for when it's probably strictly necessary. Gonna do the 3 cards that I actually can use at the current point in time. It does get Kentoki to an NP, so hopefully Kentoki doesn't get insta-gibbed by Dagon. And looks like he manages. We do get some nasty defense downs getting applied at this point. But
That should be enough for Kentucky to get in and pee off. Now, unfortunately, Mash is very likely to go down. We could heal her here. Let's take a look at our buff duration. So if we survive one more turn, we have some capabilities. This really depends. Unfortunately, Mash could have, like, Dagon could have just hauled out a crit there. And if he did, Mash probably was gone. So I think this is just one of those deals where we're just going to go ahead. We're going to send this. We're going to get in a foot race against Dagon, trying not to let him get to his NP. And from there, we're just going to kind of do our stuff. Now, I'm going to go ahead and stagger the cards like that. So we're going to put the Trung Sisters Arts card first. And then last as well, so that we get the Arts card lead bonus and an Arts card in the third slot. Should result in a little bit more NP gain. Kentucky actually manages to pump out about 150k there, which is definitely not bad. Unfortunately, Kentucky's probably, gonna die for it. And then out comes Jerker, who is also unaffected by his shenanigans. Now, the good news is the Trung Sisters can Noble Phantasm again. And that is exactly what we are going to do. We are just going to full send this for multiple reasons. One, basically, they're just going to deal the most damage here. Two, they have their charge skill coming up off cooldown. So even if we can't full loop, they're likely to get the charge and get back to the NP anyways. And it's not going to matter because they still just did enough damage and the Trung Sisters hard carried this entire fight, making it a breeze, frankly speaking. So you can see Dagon did do a daggone job of just shredding my units, but it did not matter because the Trung Sisters were just able to kind of keep going over and over and over again. And there you go. That is basically how we managed to do all of our memorial quests on an alt account that, is free to play only, hasn't really rolled much in the gacha, and literally just has like a bunch of like level 60 and 80 units. So we're doing pretty solid already for an account, able to handle even some older fights. Now, some of that we got bailed out by good support units. Others we got bailed out by the gimmick of the fight. But that's just the way it goes. And even some other times you might, be able to just get away with using command seals and blue prisms and other things to kind of get you through should the sort of content demand it. But again, not too difficult there, all things considered. Okay, chat. I'm going to end it here for tonight. Hope you guys have enjoyed. We will be back tomorrow. Let me see who all is on. I see a Mr. Sideswipe on. I'm going to send you guys over his way. Again, hope you guys enjoyed getting to see some alt account shenanigans there. Some shenanigans on an account that's not nearly as good as my main. But like I said, I've been trying to tell you guys for a while now. It's like a lot of the time people will tell you can't do something. You definitely can. You just got to think about it. You got to approach it with an effective strategy. And if you make the right moves at the right time, you'll definitely succeed. But even then, sometimes the game's going to throw things at you that you can't handle. But that's exactly what your command seals are for. That's exactly where scuffing and, going back in time can definitely help you out. So, but yes, thank you all for hanging out with me tonight. Go give Side my love, and I will see you guys later. Knocked over my drink.